Here.
Good evening. Welcome to your Ass Hurts News Network. Coming to you live from the tip top of Cock Tower Square with your host, Sergeant Friday. Sarge, how you doing?
Please,
Sergeant.
Man, I'm doing fucking awesome, Cletus. It's been a while, but you've been in absenteeism.
Well,
and the audience has noticed. I told them I didn't fire you. I could, but I didn't.
the better half was live, and I couldn't fucking get away from that. And
well, you got one of them isms. Yours, I got autism, and you got absenteeism.
That's right.
Not exactly the same thing, but close to fuck enough. Looking over here, we got 7 people over here on the tubes of you. Yep, I found me a new streamer that does Bubbly Waters and Tommy Jude all in one. And his name is True Killer, True Crime. He got he's got a name from the hood. It's TRUKRIME. TRUKILL. What a fucking twit. Special effect pictures. And the motherfucking true crime stories of the murder of 4 fucking young adults. Him and the paparazzis of the world and the fucking all of these jerk offs out here solving the fucking crime. Oh yeah, boy, it's just fucking awesome, bro. And que sera. Carl Ferguson's here.
Queen of the 5.63 billion fucking moron.
The queen. Wait, hang on. It's official now. You can't even argue that. Look, it's in print. Right? Like that fucking movie, The Jerk, remember?
You know what you need to do? You need to get that printed off on one of those things like Miss America, those banners that they wrap around themselves, print that off and send it to Carl so he can walk around.
Yeah, like a fucking, like they get in those kind of beauty contest things.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, fuck.
Well, we're allowed back on X today.
Hey, look at there.
Elon,
no more.
Yeah, they lifted the ban because I had told somebody to go cut off their cock, and they interpreted that as a fucking act of violence or something. I don't know.
And you told them I didn't say I would do it. I told them to do it to themselves.
It was just a suggestion. It's not like you're not allowed to do that. I didn't tell him to go harm somebody or do something to himself that would be harmful. Apparently, you people think cutting off your dick is a good thing.
Yeah, go cut your dick off in a medically appropriate way.
There you go. Dude, get you an appointed fucking doctor from one of these fucking government agencies.
Yeah.
Right? Jesus Christ. I don't know there, Cletus. But, so we still haven't found Sebastian.
Nope.
No hiding our hair of the boy. We haven't fucking solved any woes of the world.
No.
Well, we ain't done that. We haven't cured any major disease.
No.
I'm paying attention to mental illness that everybody out there suffers from. And it's kind of hard to talk to the mentally ill when they're already mentally ill. What's up, Eric? Yeah, I don't know where to go with that.
I think mental illness is going to create the thinning of society.
I don't know. I think these mental ill people fuck too much, man. And then they don't know what to do with their kids, and I don't even want to know, man.
Yeah, but I don't know. I kind of feel like they get more violent as a whole, right? Which ultimately can only lead to damn near self-extinction.
Oh,
so
man.
Sometimes I wonder if that's not the way it all goes, right? We just keep fucking breeding mentally fucking ill people from other mentally ill people until the point where everybody's just walking around with fucking sharpened teeth and fucking sticks and beating the shit out of each other.
Wait, boy, this is stressful. Cletus, your host and the most endearing personality on live YouTube. Moi, Sergeant Friday. has just noticed that this new fucking twiddly-dee, twiddly-dum, true killer, true crime has got Bubbly Waters commenting in his fucking comment section.
No way.
Can you? It's astounding how the ill effects of ignoratus. It's a new classification of disease that comes from the mentally disturbed.
See, I'm
And
telling
it
you,
plays off the word ignorant.
the shit
But
is
these people-
mutating. The shit is mutating. I'm telling you, I'm on to something that is going to be the extinction of mankind. Mental
Well,
illness.
A lot of these people probably smell bad already. Is that what you mean by extinction? Yeah. Anyway, this is a
I bet
this
Tommy
is a
smells
break
like cigarettes
story
and
from True Killer, True Crime.
Did you
And
hear me?
according to Bubbly Waters, just let's see her first comment. I don't. Hang on. Where is it? This filter makes a big difference. You could see so. What is it? Oh, I'm in the comment section. Look, I didn't want to stroll the whole stream into the comment section, but I did. Bubbly Waters. Did they make them stab each other? It's like, I don't even know. There she is, the old Bubble Waters. Where's her buddy Tommy Jude? I wonder if Tommy Jude can lick her fucking snatch with his toes. Cletus? Cletus, are you there? Look at the imagery these people can provide from the Linda Lane footage. This case is solved, Cletus. Just look at this. I don't know. I don't know. According to these images in the screen, they even talk these images. Paparazzi the other day had a gun being racked, Cletus.
I mean,
A
this looks like
45 or a 9mm. I think it was that Nazi war gun that he was hearing.
I think it's the Blue Man Group, according to this photo.
Unbelievable.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. It's some weird fucking sound coming back from your end.
Well, it's coming off of this fucking guy's recording here, this new guy.
Oh,
He's got something from 1:17 a.m., which, okay. I don't know what time the crime happened. These people apparently do. But this could be from 1:17 a.m. in Panama, for all the fuck we know. But, let me see what else. Bubbly Waters, such an insightful fucking genius, this Bubbly Waters. Could you imagine waking up every morning next to her and not going to jail for murder?
Scroll back up. Scroll back up to the top.
Up to the very top?
Yeah.
Alex, I'll take 1 million.
No, the very
What are the
top.
common phrases you'll hear from a pastor? Now they're impugning the priest from that church and fucking.
What is
What
that?
do you want?
What the fuck is truckle truckum? Is that Latin for fucking 5.63 billion more?
That's true killer, true crime.
I know I'm being a smart ass.
I know, because they're trying to be hood. They got the hood in them. It might be a black guy that just, I don't know. He's never heard the N-word. I don't know. It's up to him to decide. But it's an amazing revelation. The geniuses that we surround ourselves with. And I don't even know why these people on the internet are on the internet. You would benefit society by 10 times 10 if you just turned off all your electronics, people.
Or you could just extend our sheer existence on the fucking planet if you did. You could slow the mutations.
Well, it's always people like the Bubbly Waters of the world, and let me see here what we got. Let me get my present up, share screen. We always want to remember this guy. This guy is the fucking best right here.
Oh yeah,
right. Look at this fucking guy. He's got
Looks
coke
like
coming out of his nose.
looks like he's.
I didn't want to tell you what I've seen. Hang on, a lot of you got it. A lot of you got. I want to be just like Tommy Jude when I die. I mean, when I grow up. Can't tell me it's not real, man. Come on now. Sniff. I'm so happy that
we know what you did.
We know what you did, whoever you are.
Had the guts
Needle Dick, the buttfucker,
to go digging.
to go digging up someone's ass and find a smell.
because it validifies
It validifies
our work.
his work, our work, the group work, the cult's work.
We know what we see.
What'd you see, Tommy? What'd you see, boy?
We know what we see.
What? Tell. Are you going to tell us? You just teasing?
You've seen the pictures.
What? Pictures of what?
You've seen somebody pissing
What?
on Ethan's face.
Oh, you fucking piece of shit.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I'm supposed to say it to be political correct.
Oh my God, what a fucking lunatic this guy is. Just look at that face. He's got Down syndrome and retardation and mental illness all wrapped up in one. Well, Tommy, maybe your son would be alive if you weren't his father. Cletus?
God damn.
Whoa!
Whoa.
No! He didn't say that, did he? What was that?
That must have been a glitch.
Fuck no, I said it and I'll say it again. Maybe you're
He
be alive
said,
if
fuck
you weren't
no.
his fucking father.
He said, fuck no. I
Fucking
said what I said. I said what I said.
Fucking said it. I said it twice. Holy fuck, Cletus. We're surrounded by people like that. They don't all come out as obvious as him, but that's all what they are. It's just insane.
No, I
Yeah,
don't disagree. I really
No,
don't.
I like, damn.
Like I was telling you before we went on, I literally saw a fucking lady today that rage quit Twitter and then went on YouTube and proceeded to compare Eminem rap lyrics to Sebastian Rogers' case while she also recited verses from the Bible and cried. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on in this world that drove this woman to this fucking level? And then it dawned on me, no. It's not that anything drove her to this level. She is literally a fucking mutation in the next phase of extinction.
Dude, she's like fucking leading the herd to the fucking edge of the cliff.
I'm telling you, like, fucking Christ almighty, how do you combine all that shit?
I don't know how people get through the fucking day shit that's going on. Like I think it's funny to watch the Democrats now, and they're screaming about all of the shit that Musk is.
Oh fuck, Sarge yeeted himself right off the fucking screen. Damn it, Sarge. What the fuck did this guy do? How did he end up just fucking kicking himself completely off of his own fucking show? He will be back. He probably kicked the fucking power cord. I could see Sarge now getting so fucking hyped up. He moved his foot the wrong way and tripped the fucking power strip. Everything went fucking black. That's what you get for talking shit about Tommy Jude, Sarge, if you can hear this.
Hello.
There he is.
Yeah. I dropped on. I don't even know where I was, but anyway, where the hell was I going with all that chaos?
I don't know.
I punched the table, and the next thing you know, it dropped me. But it also dropped a whole bunch of viewers because we had over 40, and now, so whatever glitch that was, it must have glitched across the platform. No,
they just saw this fucking hillbilly fucking ceramic on the fucking screen and nothing else, and we're like, yeah, fuck this. I'm out.
Dude, there's something that says, like, if you were to earn $1 a minute, right, every minute of every day, that it would take a very short time, like 12 days or something like that, for you to become a millionaire, right?
Okay.
And if you would make that same $1 a minute, it would take, like, I don't know, 12 years to become a billionaire.
Okay.
And if you were to make that same $1 a minute It would take 31,000 years to become a trillionaire.
Okay.
And we owe 34 trillion. So just imagine, it's a dollar a second. It would take you to pay that off. I mean, almost 1 million years to pay off that debt at $1 a second. That's fucking insane, bro. It's like an unpayable fucking bill right there.
Yeah.
Right? That's like the guy that don't pay his rent for 8 months and figures he's going to keep riding it till the fucking end. And it's kind of crazy. But the fact that Elon and Trump went after that USAID, this is what I was trying to say. It's a very minor agency. And it only gets 40 or 50 billion a year. And there's already several billion of fraud, abuse, and waste within there. Imagine if that small agency, if you can even get 10% from that, as an example, let's say they only find 4 or 5 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse out of a $40 billion agency, you extrapolate that to a fucking $5 trillion government. 10% of 5 trillion is a significant amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just crazy.
No,
how all this waste, and they're fighting against it as if Trump and Elon are committing a crime by trying to stop all this.
I know, right? They got so many fucking people triggered over trying to save fucking money.
Meanwhile, you can't afford eggs.
Yeah.
Right.
Man, I could not fucking believe that shit. Last night I fucking pulled up to make a Walmart order, and fucking literally a goddamn dozen of eggs was $6 I'm like, what the fuck? This is crazy. Well, but I mean, we hadn't been impacted by anything like that with eggs in I don't know how fucking long since the fucking vid, right? But I saw that and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why the fuck did eggs go like 500% higher today? That's crazy.
Well, before he got out of office, he signed executive orders, and they also had just this last year, so 100 million chickens killed.
Yeah.
And they don't tell you why. It's because of the bird flu. But I really have a problem with the bird flu. If the HN whatever blah 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 whatever letters they give it, bird flu affects chickens and humans, what about cardinals? What about bluebirds? What about fucking duck?
Right.
How is it can only affect humans and chickens? That don't make no motherfucking sense to me at all.
The same way the new age flu has fucking waves. I've never been fucking sick like I was with this fucking flu. It was the weirdest fucking shit. Like, you can't tell me that shit wasn't laboratory engineered. I've never fucking heard of such a fucking thing the way that shit went. It was wild.
We live in a very fucking and I'm surprised they haven't unleashed all their fucking epidemics on us already.
Yeah.
To be very honest with you, it's very dark in the places of government that we're not allowed. Like, they think that we did it. That's again, it's the 5.63 billion morons, specifically the 300 million of them in America, that just allowed this to get to where it's at, thinking you're going to vote for this guy or that guy and it's going to fix everything. Meanwhile, we get up here and we're listening to the people like Tommy Jude, true killer, true crime, and Bubbly Waters. Give me some bubbly water. That bitch probably bubbles in the tub when she farts, that nasty filth. Crazy. Bubbly fucking Waters. Bitch be farting in the tub and thinking she's got a hot tub. I don't know, Cletus. I just don't know. Well, so we got dead birds, crazy politics, and poor Koberger being railroaded by the government. The case against Brian is it was bad, but it's so bad that you can't even. You almost sound like a conspiracy theorist pointing out what's wrong with it. It don't seem possible that this could even have made it to fucking put a guy in jail for. Dude, if I was put in jail for 2 years the way he's been put in jail and I'm going to face the death penalty, you better kill me, because you're not going to want to deal with me when I get out of there.
Right.
I got your names. I got your addresses, motherfuckers. Okay, you want to see what killing is? Boy, you ain't going to like it. Because I would take out every fucking family member and every one of them fucking people that were involved in this. Fuck these people. You fuck this guy's life up forever, whether you kill him or not, whether you convict him or not. This kid's life is about done, right?
Yeah.
And the public, the majority of the public that listens to this just gets told what to think And then they want to get on the internet and argue with people that really know how to think. And there's not that many of us. It's like, okay, I got a cup of water and I'm going to go drain the fucking ocean and have a conversation with the ocean as I'm draining it one cup at a time. It's fucking incredible, bro.
Well, and somebody said I'd go after Chief Fry first. I wouldn't. I'd go after the fucking judge that signed off on that fucking arrest warrant.
Dude, I'd go after the whole. Oh boy, you don't even want to know.
I'd go after him first because he's the motherfucker that made it happen, and I
No.
know he just applied a signature. But look, cocksucker, if they hand you a fucking PCA that reads that way and you sign off on it saying sure, go arrest him based on this fucking YouTube narrative, get the fuck out of here. I'm coming for you too. Like that's just how it is.
There's serious fucking problems. It's not just there. It's the Karen Reed case. It's the Delphi case. It's the Koberger case, and it's probably dozens and dozens of cases we're not aware of. Look at the courts in your country. You want to know what fascism is? You fucking sycophant, filthy, stink bastard Democrats. It's when you use the courts to stop the elected officials of the country. That's what Hitler did. That's exactly what Hitler did. He corrupted the courts, put people in the courts that would do what he wanted them to do. And no matter what the fuck you did, you would be fucking held to account or executed for it. And you had no argument. Here, you got Trump doing legitimate fucking government things. And you got these Nazi little mother. You ever look at these judges? I swear to God, you could flick them in the fucking side of the head and they'd fall over. They're little fucking faggot, sissy, little prissy cocksuckers that shouldn't be in charge of anything. Not even the fucking Kleenex that they're probably dabbing their fucking nose with all day. And they're going to stop our fucking federal government from auditing itself and correcting itself? Man, they're lucky we're not crazy like the leftists. Although, maybe we should be, Cletus.
No, we definitely should not be. Now you're urging on the fucking extinction of mankind.
Yeah, let's get it over with. I don't like the fucking pussy around. Let's get her done, boys. Ann Taylor shouldn't even have to argue the case when it comes. It's the judge's job to protect you from government malfeasance and overreach. There's no way this judge can't have a Franks hearing on that DNA. That's not possible. It just isn't possible. And watch, let's see what he does. There's no fucking way that a database, I signed up for 23andMe. My DNA is not to be shared with law enforcement without a legitimate warrant. And that gives me the expectation of privacy, just like I have in my own home. So they're talking like maybe they need to pass a new law. Are you lawyers that are making these statements about Ann's argument? Even Ann herself, are you that fucking stupid? Are you that fucking stupid to not understand you need no law? Anywhere that you have a legitimate expectation of privacy is what the Fourth Amendment covers. End of story. And that means 23andMe and MyHeritage.com, who explicitly have user agreements to ensure you that your information is private, unless a warrant is issued, a warrant that requires probable cause. And then and only then is your stuff available to the fucking law enforcement. There's no ambiguity in that. That's like, I got locks on my door so the government can't walk right in and start searching my fucking closet. It's the same thing. It's got nothing to do with my DNA. It's the expectation of privacy.
Yeah.
No. That the law, the Constitution already protects that. I don't understand how anybody can have any disagreement on that. That user agreement is the beginning end. That's why, what have I argued since I got on the internet? We all need to go after user agreements, right?
Yeah. That's right.
And we're all too fucking stupid to understand that would be the most effective thing Americans to do together, right? And it's just never going to happen. Tucker's going to talk about this. He's going to tell us about Trump's assassination was planned. I mean, some of these headlines you come across are just fucking incredible. I don't. It's all built on outrage, like these guys, and that's why these lunatics fit in, like Bubbly Waters, because what they're saying is outrageous, and people just have an addiction to be outraged, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, and I'm literally we were talking about before we started. I'm seriously trying to evaluate some of these fucking lunatics, like that bitch I was talking about, that fucking, rap or used rap and Bible verses and Sebastian all and tears all in the same live, right? I 100% believe that bitch is not crazy. I think she's just fucking acting because she knows it'll draw attention. And I really, ever since that, I've really been wondering, like, are people like Tommy and Bubbly and people like that, do they really believe the shit that they're saying? Or
Sadly,
are they just fucking acting?
No, they sadly do. People don't have the ability to separate thinking from believing. And their understanding is if their view makes sense, if they look at it and something makes sense, they believe it. That's why you got so many Bigfoot believers. Because you stupid motherfuckers can't do basic math. I'm not even talking like fucking crazy kind. 1 + 1 = 2 math is what I'm talking about.
Well, and look, I'm not opposed to people having the belief.
Oh, I am.
As long as they are willing to have a fucking rational conversation.
No, wait, that's where you're wrong. You can't have both of those in the same head.
Okay. All right.
Once you believe something, there is no fact that, look, a belief is obtained without any fact, and it can't be destroyed with a fact.
I guess that's that's fair.
Right.
When I think of belief, I apply it to myself, and there's a lot of things I'll entertain a conversation about and don't necessarily believe in or against. You know what I mean?
I'm as guilty as anyone else in applying my belief to the information I was reviewing. I went through that for 4 years in politics, and I fucking quit and walked away and had a big think about it. And my thinking about it taught me that I wasn't really thinking about anything. I was believing in stuff, and I was mixing facts in to support my belief, like Pavarotti. What a broken down, broke ass fucking, that guy's probably never had a fucking 40-hour-a-week job. And these idiots come out here and they want to bring his shit into my stream.
Yeah.
My shit has a better fucking chance of giving you logical thought than Pavarotti's entire existence. And that's only the amount of time you would have to entertain my shit before I push the handle on the fucking toilet, because I don't hang out with shit. So you wouldn't have a lot of time to get thoughts out of it, but it'd be there. It's just insane. It literally is insane. Same thing with politics. It's absolutely off the fucking wall insane.
Yeah, I haven't really been following it since fucking sometime late last year.
Well, you forgot to come in and reward Sarge on him being so right about the election, but that's okay.
Yeah. Congratulations, Sarge. You were right.
The potato chip election came true.
The potato chip election did come true.
It certainly did. The sectors of society that I pointed to were the sectors of society that gave Trump his win. Told the Democrats to kiss their fucking ass and moved on.
Yeah, I still remember the day you called me and said, guess what the fucking polls showed today? Trump's going to win a large fucking percentage of the black vote. So SARS was right.
And then the fucking election happened, and he did. And that's exactly what happened there. And after a certain percentage of blacks don't vote for Democrats, the Democrats just can't win any election. That's the catch-22 for Democrats. And that came to life.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy, man. And otherwise, though, I had a fantastic T-bone steak today. I saved the tenderloin part of it for tomorrow for steak and eggs. It's gonna be fantastic. Oh my god, it's like sex, Cletus, but it's kind of like food, though.
I don't know if you correlate T-bone and sex, you're gonna make me fucking wonder about you, Sarge.
It's orgasmic without the fucking penetration.
That might have been how you broke your finger.
Yeah, that finger. Remember that finger? And it all fixed itself too. I don't know what the fuck happened to that finger.
You confused your T-bone for your finger.
And it was my ring finger on my left hand, which is a very weird finger to injure. Especially since I haven't had my wedding ring on there with the diamonds in it for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bought a wedding ring made out of an old tank. That's got to be romantic. What do you think there, Chloe?
She's the one that bought it. What are you talking about?
Jesus Christ, the tank fucking ring.
Yeah. Called the patent. Just remind you to grab them by the nose and kick them in the ass. Like
That's it. That was what he did. Let's see. Pam Bondi leaves the entire Congress speechless. No, she didn't. No, you won't believe what Pam Bondi did to terrify Letta James. No, that didn't happen either. These fucking headlines are insane, bro. The same thing with the fucking with the true crime. It's always some fucking bullshit. Who's Zav girl? Let's see what she's got. Megan Trump needs to see the savage Maryland delegate. Yeah, I don't know. Anyhow, please. I wasn't really thinking of streaming today, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but you had texted me, and I was already in the process of deciding, yeah, I might as well, and I was setting it up.
Hell, it was set up. I saw the thumbnail. That's why I texted you. I'm like, well, what the fuck? He's going live. Where the fuck is the link?
Well, the link. Oh no, not Zavril. The link. Right. You know, I've been sending you links for weeks.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Occasionally he replies, right there, audience, number 1 or number 2. Has he been here more often, or more often than not, he's not been here? More often is 2, and more often than not, he's not been here is 1. And we ought to get the poll going. You should give the T-bone to a no. No, I won't give any encouragement to my neighbor's dogs. And to be very honest with you, just the thought of giving them anything other than poison kind of makes me pissed off. Cletus?
You wouldn't do that.
Oh, but I would.
Nah, you wouldn't fucking do that for nothing. Because you already decided that's going to be a fucking meal one day.
Well, that's true, too, at the end of time. So it's kind of, that's why I do tolerate it. It's ready to eat fucking meat right there.
There you go.
I'll find a T-bone in one of them fucking carcasses.
You got that dog in a fire, and it's a fucking MRE made in it.
You're ready to eat. Yeah. No, just inconsiderate neighbors, man. And I'm still having that war with my garbage company. Unbelievable. Life is chaotic sometimes. And I really don't go out on my way to cause any troubles. That's the one reason my life is so good, is I don't go out of my way to make trouble.
Well, have you taken the shot at them by filling the fucking can with water?
I was thinking 96 gallons of water in the can, 96 gallons of water. Right? Maybe it'll fucking knock him down and we can pass him around. I don't know. He's fucking crazy, man.
Oh,
now, we're getting snow right now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hope we'll get enough for me to do a little more plowing. I do enjoy snow plowing. It's nice. Then I enjoy watching my neighbors at the end of the driveway where the plow loads it all up.
Mm-hmm.
I sit in my truck and at the end of my driveway and just act like I'm on the phone and observe people out there struggling with their big piles of snow and their little hand shovel. And then I drop it in fucking four-wheel drive and just push my driveway clean. You know, it's because I'm a friendly neighbor. Fucking people are crazy, bro.
Oh, fuck.
Unreal. I don't even know. Well, let's see. What else do we got? What else should we bring up? So we got Putin, I think, is going to come to the United States. That'll be nice.
Putin's going to come to the United States for what?
He's going to have a meeting with Trump, I guess.
Oh, I saw something about him and Zelensky and Trump were meeting to fucking end the damn war in Ukraine. And I'm like, oh, what's the matter? Did you fucking get tired of getting your ass whooped and us funneling fucking money to you?
Yeah. And then we find out today that the Ukrainian money that we've been giving them is a loan, but their first payment is until 41 years from now.
Mm.
So we gave them deferred payments at 41 years. 41 years, we won't even remember the country, probably won't even be named Ukraine. Just like the Gulf of America. It's now the Gulf of America.
If I were Putin, I would rename it to my balls itch.
My balls itch.
Oh no, that whole fucking situation is just crazy.
What, and the fact I got Alexa to say my balls itch?
Well, that too. Man, hey, ever since you fucking did that, I have had Irish saying all kinds of fucking shit.
It's
like Bullhorn Betty wants to be Clue's best friend and all kinds of shit. I literally got it to fucking say that shit last night. It was funny as fuck.
That's too fucking funny, man. I cracked the code on the Alexa just by asking her simple questions.
Look at that. Sarge already beat AI.
That fucking AI is just ridiculous. Can we get, she's got a really big ass? Yeah, we can get that too. We can get that coming out of Alexa's mouth. And I renamed her from Alexa to computer because I'm a Star Trek fan, you know? I like the Star Trek stuff. Oh, and they're coming up with all kinds of crazy science now there, Cletus.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. I posted in a scientific forum today, and I think everybody, I think they may, I don't know if they blocked me or kicked me out, but we'll see. I post in like the third person, but the third person that I'm representing isn't me. Does that make any sense?
Hold on, I'm trying to get my Alexa to say she's got a really big ass. Run that by me again. My apologies.
I said I was posting in a scientific forum today.
Yeah.
And I post in the third person, but not really as the third person as being me, but it's like, I don't even know who the third person is. But they were talking about space being empty, but it isn't empty. Okay.
Okay.
And then they were saying that on the quantum level, things are appearing and disappearing. And I posted, I said, and that's exactly how on that quantum level and how on that empty space, you're going to finally figure out how to travel faster than light, because that's where the answer lies. It does not lie in a bigger engine. And, but I do it. I try to make posts in a way as if I'm conveying information from somewhere else or somebody else, if that makes sense. That's kind of the way the third party is.
Yeah.
But the answer to going faster than light isn't pushing your craft at speed. No, faster than light is a ridiculous thing you can't do. As a matter of fact, I want to show you guys something. Now, I said something weeks ago, and this happens to me all the time. Little things show up on my fucking Facebook that then eventually, you know, I'll say something, then eventually something from Facebook will show up. And it's like, what the fuck? Watch this, folks. Some of you may remember me saying this. I don't know if you will, Cletus. But I've contended for years that everything, including us, are made from light. And I know a lot of people think that may be crazy. Let's see here. Where's that Chrome tab? Chrome tab, Facebook. There it is. All right. Can you see this?
Yeah.
All right. Let's play it.
There are no with
Told you that your existence started with a spark of light and not just an egg and a sperm. Let me show you actual footage of the moment life begins. It's called the zinc spark, and it happens the moment the sperm fuses with the egg. When that happens, the egg releases a burst of zinc ions, creating this incredible light show. But it's not just for looks. This spark is essential. It locks out other sperm to make sure only one gets in, and it activates the egg to start dividing and growing. It's the first step in the process that led to you. Scientists discovered this spark happens because the egg is activated by the sperm's fusion, which causes a surge of calcium and triggers the zinc release. Without this, the egg couldn't start its journey to becoming an embryo. You could call it a chemical reaction, and you wouldn't be wrong. But let me ask you this. If life begins with a flash of energy, what does that say about what you are? That spark didn't disappear. It's in every thought, every heartbeat, and every breath you take. It's all powered by the same force that lit up the very beginning of your life. You're not just flesh and blood, you're a walking, living field of energy. So the next time you wonder what you are, remember you're not just a body made of cells. You're light, you're energy, and it all started with a spark. I told you that your existence started.
Now, I'm going to tell you, I've never saw that before until today. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just thinking about that.
That's a scientific fact what they're showing you. I didn't know that there was science that showed this until today. And the point is, and this is where quantum mechanics is either going to make us or break us.
All right.
Is
So,
that-
here's where I run into the problem right out the
Mhm.
gate. Right. The spark is a reaction,
Mhm.
not a source.
No,
So therefore,
it's both. It's one and the same. If you really try to understand it, one couldn't happen without the other. Right. So it's almost like a light switch the circuit's been completed when the sperm connects with the egg. And then there's chemicals. You could trace the chemicals, but what the chemicals do is you're not going to take zinc and cause light out here in the real world. Right. The calcium that then drives the zinc that's not how you power. That's not how you create light outside. But in biology, it works that way. So the sperm making contact and penetrating the shell of the egg. then causes the calcium to push the zinc to cause the flash of light, which is where your life, which is where your existence begins, is in that flash of light, because it now prevents any other sperm from getting in the egg.
Right.
Okay. And so that's the beginning of all life. What people just saw on the screen there, and what you just saw. And that's where I've made an argument for a long time about different things, and slowly things that I've made points of seem to be actually scientifically proven, or at least being discussed. And that we are beings of light. Everything, the rock, the asphalt, the metal in your car, they're all made from light. They're the manifestation of light. They're what light is in a world of sentient consciousness. Okay? And so when you look at the moon, you see the moon itself is also made of light. It's the space in between where all of that energy comes from to allow that to happen, that we can't see and we don't understand. That's where we need to pay attention to. That's where they're starting to pay attention to it now. And when the discussion came up today in a forum about the quantum entanglement, the quantum mechanics, and the things that are happening in empty space, that are, when people say 0 point energy, empty space is full of energy. It's energy that we can't interact with. We don't have the tools and the mechanisms to contact or work with it. That's what we need to focus on. So I make it simple by saying that we have a 3D world where we use 3D tools, but we're floating around on 2D space. That space is the second dimension. We need to create tools that work within the 2D space that can be interpreted in 3D space. So that's kind of a fucked up thing to say, and it probably sounds stupid, but you need water to interact with land. You need to create fucking tools from, all you know is water. How do you interact with the land?
Right.
You would. So you need to find a way to come between those two and create tools that'll interact with both sides, the 3D and the 2D.
Yeah.
And I think quantum is going to give us that. And I think what's going to happen is the experiments and the understanding that's flowing from this is going to create a situation under which either some humans or many humans are going to be able to interpret and use what's possible that we all don't know to be possible. Our powers and abilities as humans are significantly greater than what we've been shown. You only know what you know. You can't know what you don't know. And it's what we don't know that's dangerous. And I think if you were to go look at the planet Earth and you looked at how many years that there's been life on this planet, whether you can go back 100 million years, there was life on this planet, right? And somewhere during this time period, I simply think that it's improbable that there wasn't humans prior to us or beings like us that weren't further advanced than us and understood things in ways that we just have yet to understand yet. Because we're so stuck on needing a machine. We can't conceive of communicating without these machines, Cletus.
Yeah.
Or flying without these planes. But is that the only way to move through time and space? We're told yes, but is that true? I think there was a time in history where that was not true. That what they didn't see them need a machine. They were doing with thought what we think you need a machine to accomplish.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, it does.
And so they get us to focus on going faster than the speed of light because we went faster than the speed of sound, but they're two different things. You can't exceed the speed of light because you would then enter a complete nothingness to which you couldn't exist. Right. Being a being of light, you would need a source of light. And the source of energy that provides us to be a being made of light is all the things around us. Everything in this universe contributes to us being beings of light, bodies of light, stones and rocks and minerals and gold, and all of that exists as particles because of light. But if you were to go beyond the speed of light, you would enter something that light couldn't enter, and you would cease to exist. Kind of a crazy turn of events from complaining about lunatic streamers out there, when most people might think what I'm saying is crazy, but I don't think most people spend any time thinking about it. And they're going to judge what I'm saying based on what they've been told to think.
Right. Or the complexity of thought required to actually go through it.
Yeah. I mean, life is complicated to an extent, but I think I think it's a mistake. And look, what was that one comedian said? He said, sometimes comedians got some very insightful shit. But anyway, the point is, whether you believe in a God or not, let's say you don't believe in God. Then if you believe that this is all through chemical processes, then you have to start to understand where the chemical processes get their fucking energy from.
Right.
Right. And just looking at it from that perspective, you still got to get back to the base energy, which would be what? Where would the base energy come from? So anything that happens in your body or happens inside the desk you're sitting at, where does the energy come for that to happen? And what would a God do? A God would be able to manipulate that.
Right.
So if you want to believe in a God, there's room for both God and non-God in the understanding of what we are and where we came from and where we can go. It's all there. It isn't in Bubbly Waters videos, though, or Tommy Jude, right? The lunacy of fucking internet. People are saying, thinking, oh, it's making my brain hurt. I honestly think, without a doubt, that the potential for human thought and human interaction with everything, your ability, like you see these things like it's magic to change a rock into a crystal. And I do not think that that's impossible for humanity. It's impossible now because you've been conditioned to see it that way. And you believe that. That's where belief has got us all fucked. They've converted us into believing things. And then like they say, there's the laws of physics. Well, the law of physics isn't a law. They've convinced you that that's the limit of physics. And they call it a law to drive that home. And then you become a believer of that law. But that is not universal law. What happens here in our solar system isn't consistent with what happens in solar systems light years away from here. And that's the catch-22 of being human. I think that we're stuck into this mold this way. And the quantum computing is going to start breaking down that fucking blindness. And that will either be the revelation and the glory of man or the complete destruction of man. There can be no other way. It's either one or the other. And I think fucking with quantum computing is the first step into our either ultimate enlightenment or our destruction.
Well, considering most of us believe that computers have the ability to be artificially intelligent, then I would say it leads to destruction. I see no way, and I absolutely think it's 100% inevitable.
Well, I think it's inevitable.
We believe a machine. We believe something that we made is greater ultimately than we are. That it just no. It's going to lead to a destruction. There's no fucking way around it. We have too much belief in it, and it doesn't even fucking exist. It's just how I see it. It's like jumping off the fucking roof of your house with fucking cardboard on your arms going, I believe I can fly because this fucking cardboard fuck physics. This cardboard will make me fly.
But in reality, you're not even falling. The earth is coming up and smashing into your dumb ass.
There you go. See?
Right?
That's what I'm saying. We're not even going to see that coming.
Yeah, there's so much. I struggle with every law or limit they put on what they determine to be the science is final. I think in some cases there's some truth to it, but on very small scale. I think what's possible is imminently greater than what is not possible. And I don't really think that we need instruments to do some of the things that they say that we have to have instruments to do. And I think that quantum computing is going to start to open that fucking door. And it's on the other side of that door where trouble is going to lie, or where we're going to break free. Because it just seems to me that there has to be there need be a purpose for all of us. And that purpose has been whittled down to be the points of view that we're stuck with. We're in a box. Quantum computing will be the first look outside of the box. Like, for instance, nothing I can conceive or think of can be anything that comes from outside the box because I can't perceive out of the box. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I can only see that which is in the box. It's like that Schrodinger experiment. And so if you're a mind and you're a spirit and you're a human being within this box, you have no capacity really to see outside of that box while being in the box and using the tools from in the box to try to look out of the box. It's almost, I don't even know there's a word for that. It's like an oxymoron, or it's a quagmire. You just can't do what you can't do. You can't know what you don't know.
Right.
And that's where quantum computing poses either the salvation or a massive threat to humanity, because I think the quantum computing will give people an insight into what they're actually capable of. That's the threat of quantum computing. I think people think the threat of quantum computing is that it will act like a person and do what people in this box do. And I'm not so sure that that's what we should be afraid of. We've been dealing with what people inside this box have been doing for our whole fucking existence. We can pretty much deal with that, don't you think, Cletus?
For the most part.
So how about if it opens a doorway and a path into information and knowledge, or a capacity within the human spirit itself that we're unaware exists? That could be a massive threat.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. What the answer is the 12 universal laws. I'm not sure what the universal laws are, but anything man says is a universal or a constant or can't be fucked with, I take question to that. In our box, I agree that it's true, but it doesn't mean it's true outside of the box. Even Einstein had a lot of issues with some of these topics, in that he called them fuzzy math, or particles from two different parts in the universe can't instantaneously interact with each other. And he's wrong about that. But he avoided that, complete quantum mechanics and all of that. He avoided that during his lifetime. He didn't want to get into that argument. And in a way, I can't say that I don't blame him, because I think that argument leads to information that is not contained within the box that they've built around us. And it will threaten the existence of this box. So, and also, I don't know that humanity being contained in flesh and blood vessels is the answer. That's one of the other things that may come up out of being out of the box. Maybe the form that we're in isn't really the form we ultimately thrive in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we could be big fucking spiral fucking pieces of energy in different colors and float. And we don't know what can come beyond this. So my point is, that's what makes going outside of that box, which could be a very big danger. But having flesh and blood may not be the answer to humanity. If you believe in spirit and spirituality, and you believe that there's more, that consciousness is separate from humanity, or if you think that, let's put it that way, but a lot of it comes from belief because of churches.
Mm-hmm.
If any of that is accurate, then the human form is not the idyllic form for what we are.
Right.
It's just one form. And this is where quantum computing is going to cause us a lot of fucking problems. That's where you're going to start running into big issues with those quantum computers. It's going to be issues of fucking understanding, issues of beyond understanding. The issues are going to be significant, but for some reason, I think humanity will understand the issues once they're presented with them. And then you're going to have problems. You're going to have people arguing, because you're going to be stuck in these old ways of believing the old ways, the old thoughts, the old ideas. And that's why I think quantum computing can be very dangerous to us.
I can see.
Yeah, do you see that? I don't see AI as being a threat. I mean, you just pull the plug on the fucking thing. What's it going to do? And I think that may in fact be part of, here's the problem. Here's the problem with quantum computing is, because quantum computer uses quantum states to come to conclusions and answer fucking math formulas. What's to say it can't connect to the quantum state for its own energy?
Yeah. Once you turn it off, you may not be able to turn it. Or once you turn it on, you may not be able to turn it the fuck off.
Once you turn it on, you may realize you don't need to supply power to keep it running.
Yeah.
That's even worse. Right? Imagine that.
No.
If those quantum states can power the machine that the quantum computer is using to be a quantum computer. Now what do? You can't turn it off. There is no on switch. That's something that's going to come up. It's going to threaten humanity, because humanity, I don't think anybody's prepared to deal with it. I'm not saying I am either. I don't know what I would do either. I have no answers, but it's going to be interesting. The next 15 to 30 years should be an extremely enlightening fucking period of time. AI can replicate your voice, but the AI isn't AI. AI is just algorithms. It's a silicon-based chip that runs on algorithms. And no matter how fast they make it, folks, it's still simply just ones and zeros. And I don't think ones and zeros control the universe. I think it's much more complex than something as simple as that. Although sometimes simple is what's true, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well. So we got Bubbly Waters and a Tommy Jude. Now we got True Killer.
True Killer.
True crime, true killer. And it's going to keep these. There's just so many, so much chaos with all of this fucking nonsense. I can't even. I think, I can't believe X banned me for telling someone to cut off their cock. I really thought I was giving the guy medical advice. I don't know.
Well, maybe that's what X thought too. And since you're not a licensed physician, they're like, oh, nope.
Oh, this is good.
See, maybe that's the problem. Your belief in the reason that you were blocked or banned is mistaken, right? You believe too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I should think more, believe less.
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow they're going to read a list of 200 main names that have been getting money from this USAID, hundreds of millions of dollars, even billions of dollars, given to 200 people. And I found 3 that looked like they were reasonable. Okay, and 3 we'll be talking about that tomorrow. But anyway, I want to hear the names of all the organizations of people who have been getting money from these companies. And I think it's going to be eye-opening to see that money is going to these fucking non-governmental organizations that are run by Soros and other crime families. So that should be lit tomorrow.
I wonder how many of them are owned by China.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's the first thing that came to my mind as you were talking through that. I'm like, I wonder how many of them are actually owned by China. That would be interesting to see.
I see what translucent. You really haven't explained why quantitative computing will do that. It's just an alternative. It goes way beyond an alternative to a mechanical transistor. That's why. There is no barriers for a quantum computer. It actually works with space itself in ways we can't understand. You can have 2 particles at the opposite ends of the universe that interact instantaneously. What you do to one particle will have an instantaneous effect on the other particle. When we're talking about the vastness of not Earth, but the entire universe.
So
the ability for that to happen is not understood, but it happens, and it's verifiably provable that this happens. So it isn't a transistor, and it isn't an alternative to a transistor. It's a level of capability that we don't understand. Cletus?
Yeah, I was going to give a comparison, but I mean, there's really no comparison to give because, like you said, we have absolutely no fucking idea how to even explain it. So, therefore, there's no way to describe it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Ray Pearl saying it's one of the 12 laws, and it may be one of the 12 laws, but I not trust in humanity's idea of what a law might be. Look at what we're doing in all these fucking crime cases. I mean, we can't even get common law fucking done properly with the fucking brains that are involved in that. I can't even believe that people in that police department and people in the legal departments for that state even can even have this guy in court, this Koberger guy.
Yeah.
I just can't. It boggles the mind. Nothing you alleging that the PCA doesn't matter. Arresting an American citizen matters more than any fucking thing else the government can do. That's the primary concern that we as people have against the government and why we created a constitution. It's absolutely the most important thing, most important interaction the government can have with the citizens is denying them their freedom. There's nothing more important than that. So for Bill Thomas to say the PCA don't matter, that guy should be grabbed by the beard, swung around, and fucking thrown like a cartoon character. You fucking jerk off. What kind of a lawyer are you? Your argument as to what makes this guy arrestable for fucking quadruple homicide is the most important thing. Not irrelevant because you got a DNA match. I mean, what the fuck? That's like me going down the street and kicking every fucking door in on the street till I find someone with weed or coke or illegal guns and saying kicking in everybody's door was justified. This guy could have killed people. That's exactly what government can't do.
No,
right?
That's definitely what they're doing. Definitely what they're doing.
Well, everything was positive because he understood the 12 laws. But you won't drop a link, so I can't help you. You're a moderator. Put a link on YouTube. What are you talking about? Great Pearl.
Put a link on YouTube. What?
Yeah, here's her comment. Look. I didn't say it was a government law. She's not listening. I said, here, we're a group of Humanity can't even manage common law, and you're going to tell me humanity has come up with 12 laws that are immutable. I was using common law as an example how ignorant we are. So you could put a link out there, Gray. You do have a blue check.
I think she's referring to you dropping a link so she can come up.
No, is that what she's asking?
I think that's what she's asking. She's wanting to explain what she's trying to say.
Oh, I can do that. Hang on. You got to ask that shit. Plain English, black and white. Sometimes Sarge needs simple.
Well, I'm going to drop and let y'all have this.
Get the fuck out of here. I just gave her a link, Miss W. How many links do I got to post? We'll get rid of Carl's. Where's Carl here? Banners. Get rid of Carl's banners. Here. Knowledge without action is a prison. We gave the old Bootaroo to Cletus. We got him on the first go around. Pow! There you go. Your ass hurts News Network. There you go. You got a link there, Great Pearl. Welcome back, Carl. Hang on, we're looking at some headlines here, and none of them are. Hopefully, they do release these Epstein files in the next 10 days. The vibe is off. Just get your ass up here, for God's sakes, you bunch of willy whackers. My God, ain't nothing to fear. Cletus comes up here. I don't give Cletus a hard time. I do boot his ass, though, on the idea that he's going to hang up anyway. You know? It's crazy. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Come on there, Miss Great. Get up here. Teach me the 12 laws. I probably know them, but probably am wound over to the side there. Of course we care, Carl. What the hell, Carl? Carl? Go get him, Gray. Yeah, Carl's got these flat earth theories that we don't entertain. Are you there you are. Philosophical Gray. Oh boy, here comes the horse shit in the name.
Well, hello.
What up there, HS?
Hi, can you hear me?
Of course. Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
All right. Let's hear the 12 laws of the universe.
I don't know all 12 of them, but I I know.
Wait a minute.
What? I mean,
No,
I
go
can
ahead.
Google them.
No. Yeah, you better Google.
Well, the one is, I know that there is like the law of attraction, the law of negatives, things like that. The point that I'm trying, see, I'm more on the spiritual versus scientific space train.
Mhm.
Like, I don't think that there's a separation. I think that, what did you say? Are you making fun of me? Did I hear
No, the
something?
law of divine oneness, the law of vibration,
Yes,
the law of
vibration is
correspondence,
one of my
and the law of
favorites.
attraction.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So if you think about it spiritually, right? Like, think about, and this is, I wish Cletus would have stayed because I know that he's a Christian. I don't know about you, Sarge, but Jesus, think Jesus Christ. He could do anything at all was possible. He could walk on water, he could handle tremendous pain, like all of those things I believe are in every human born. We all have that potential, right? It
mhm.
is stifled for all of us because, of the world that we live in, right? But we all have the same. Jesus Christ was not special in that he had special gifts. We all have those gifts. We just don't know how to tap into them. Okay, you following so far?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Well, no,
um,
if I have an objection or a different of opinion, I'll interrupt you. But continue.
okay, so that's kind of where I am with it, is that we all have that potential. We don't know how to tap into it because we were never taught how to tap into it. We probably were never meant to tap into it, and then you add things on it like drinking and drugs and all that stuff, and all that stuff does is kill your vibration and makes you unable to tap into it, right? That is humanity as we know it today.
Well, it
But
may in fact be that those people that are doing that are, like I've said this before. People sometimes say they think they were born out of time or whatever, but I think, in all fairness, um, we are all born out of sync. That's what I was trying to say when I said this may not be the ideal form for what we actually really are.
I agree with that.
And so this may be one form that we're trapped in. And I've said
Yeah,
it
I don't
numerous
think that this
times.
is just
Our
something
biggest
like
sin,
our recent generation's experience. I think it's all of humanity. Like it's something, it's a divine thing that has been has been hidden or kept from, not kept from us, but it's something that only the truly divine can actually tap into, hence Jesus Christ, right? So when you talk about quantum mechanics or
see,
quantum physics, you're
that's where you're
talking
wrong.
about,
It isn't limited to just people like Jesus. There is no
it's
divinity
not. That's what
needed.
I just said. It's not. I
There's
said
no
we all
divinity
have that
needed.
capability.
Correct.
We
Correct.
all have that capability. He, however, was given the insight or the tools or to tap into it. We all can do that. I firmly believe it is within all of us to do everything that Jesus Christ did. Um, but you have to, like, in order to be able to do that, there's something I'll never be able to do it. I don't even try. Like there's you have to be able to tap into that vibration and that
And
centerness
that's
and that
why I
field.
keep trying to tell people that the biggest sin of all is believing in knowledge. And knowledge includes lies. This is where people get really fucking ignorant. They don't understand. Knowledge includes both lies and truth.
I agree with that. And
Okay?
the law of attraction includes both negative and positive. If you're constantly being negative, you're going to attract negative things in your life. That's the simplest law to explain. So that's what I'm going with. If you're constantly a negative person and woe is me and the universe or life is hard and everything sucks, well then the universe is going to listen to you and it's not going to make it easier. It's going to give you exactly what you asked for. A hard life where everything sucks and whatever. Whereas if you can, and it's super hard, I can't do it. I do my best, but whereas if you can focus on um forward thinking and more positive things, the universe will pick that up and be like, oh, okay, this is supposed to be positive for her, and I'll, you know, give that to her. It's or him. It's I. That's the disconnect between you and I believe that quantum physics is not just computer related. It's much bigger than that. It's
Well, I don't
quantum
think I
physics.
never said it. I never said it was computer related. Solely computer. That's not what I've said. If you listen, I said it's going to be. It may in fact connect to its own power source because it can interact with the things that we aren't able to interact with because we've been stifled from interacting with them.
Well,
I
then,
say that we don't need an airplane to fly. We can transmit ourselves wherever we want to be.
hell yeah, we can. Yep, I believe that.
I've been saying for years, if you were raised children in rooms and environments where parents actually flew when they brought them their bottle, and if you could present to a child that as a convincing reality, those children will fly.
Absolutely, because
And
they're pure.
it's not that they're pure. It's the simple. It's
Well,
how
I'm sorry,
we're
it's
control.
easier for them because they're pure, because they don't have negative thoughts or you know.
Well, they don't have any thoughts whatsoever.
It's the same reason why kids can see ghosts or spirits more easily than adults. Their souls are new.
It's possible.
I
don't.
lost you on the ghost thing, didn't I?
Yeah, I don't really follow the ghosts or the Bigfoots or the UFOs. I think those are other ways to contain us into this box, because we have there are inevitable truths that are there to be seen if you just think about them or you observe. And once you get, in other words, so I don't,
In other words, laws of yes. I'm with you and I. Typically we're always on the same page, but we speak it in very different ways. And I have a feeling that's what's happening now too.
it's possible. I just there's no, to me there's no room to believe in anything that isn't spiritual, and everything else is to be thought about. And so if you can separate your power to believe is an immense power. It's godlike.
Yeah.
And
can
nobody's,
move mountains.
but I believe Brian did it. Well, you're taking your ability that's just beyond the capacity for math to explain. There's no mathematical formula that can define believing. But there are mathematical formulas that can define almost everything else. And that's why there's a difference between believing and thinking. And humanity has been convinced that believing and thinking are one and the same. And that's the mind fuck. It's not true. And that's where we have issues. So when people say they believe in UFOs or Bigfoots, I'm in my personal thought process is I'm now talking to a moron.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
Right. I
going.
mean, it's
I'm
not okay.
That's not
Okay.
where this conversation, in my mind, like the conversation that we're having is much bigger and much more important and thought provoking than
Well, it to me,
Bigfoot
it's a
or
better
aliens.
conversation to say that there were human hominid type people that were Bigfoot like. I can't imagine that there never was. I'm sure there was,
Sure.
but not today.
No.
Okay, you can't have 1,000 sightings in 60 different forests around the country and not have a population of Bigfoot people. It just doesn't work.
No, I agree. But those people are also not thinking about quantum physics and laws of the universe and
Well, you don't need to.
where
You
we
just
came
need to
from and
think
the
about.
purpose of life.
Listen, think about basic math, right? And that then
Terrible
resolves the
math.
Bigfoot. That resolves the Bigfoot issue. It resolves the Lockheed Monster. It resolves a lot of these issues. Math itself, basic math, 1 + 1 = 2. So when you do basic math, you can eliminate Bigfoot. The same thing with UFOs. I mean, the idea that people think that there's flying craft that came from out of the solar system, which would place them at a minimum of 4.5 light years, 4.5 light years away from here, and they show up here and fly around and then leave. It's the whole concept of that idea is fanciful. It's science fiction.
Well, the whole
It's
concept
mathematically
that we are
unreasonable.
the only people that Earthlings are the only living life form in the universe is completely arrogant to me.
No,
Like,
no,
there's
no,
got
no.
to be
Wait.
other people out there,
Right,
like
right.
alien, whatever. Like,
Right.
yes,
We're
I'm
one.
listening,
We're one example of what light can become. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a massively populated galaxy that you and I will never be able to interact with because we're not at that level of light. We're not at that frequency.
exactly. Vibrate. Yes, exactly.
This planet can be inhabited by an infinite amount of beings, and none of them know that they're there. Their view of what you think is a mountain would be completely different
Absolutely.
because they're okay. So
Same
that's what
page.
I'm saying. This is where quantum computing becomes dangerous because it's going to open up a door into something that either we're not prepared or shouldn't be opening. Okay.
Yes.
Or once
think,
it's open,
yeah.
it's gonna give us things it's gonna give us knowledge and an understanding to things we're ill-equipped, or we're gonna have an enlightening moment. We're all gonna be like, la, look at that.
I agree. How about this? How about what if Earth and humanities are essentially a universal experiment, if you will? Like, we're gonna give these people this planet. We're gonna give them water. We're gonna give them lush green landscapes that they can, grow food on, and then we're going to give them technology that they can become industrialized, and then we're going to do that, and in all of that we're also going to give them something called free will. And free will means that and I'm talking like these are like the other the beings, we cannot interfere with free will. We have to just sit back and watch, and it's an experiment, and we're going to see what happens when we give these people free will, right? And we're either going to destroy ourselves or we're going to flourish,
I think
right?
that's complicated more than it needs to be complicated. I simply think that we're the manifestation of light in this form.
Well, because
And
you're a
that
man and I'm a
manifestation,
woman, and you're logical
manifestation
and
of
I'm
life,
fantastical.
the manifestation of life can come in many different forms. We thought for all of existence that without light there could be no life, and that's absolutely wrong. At the bottom of the ocean, there is life. Why?
I agree.
Because everything is made of light. So the presence of
You
visible
just
light, the
that's how
presence of
this whole
visible light is not
conversation
needed.
started.
You're talking over me.
You
Shut the
said
fuck
when a
up.
sperm enters an egg, there's a spark. That's how this whole conversation started.
Correct.
So let's bring it back to that. That spark, whether it projects light or not, it's
It
an
does.
energy. It's a spark. It's something that
Energy
cannot be
manifested
replicated.
manifests itself in a visible spectrum of light that we can interact with. That's the key. There's so many spectrums of light that we cannot interact with. We
I
cannot
agree.
manipulate. We can't.
Yeah.
Infrared light isn't going to help me in my backyard unless I create a specific tool to use it.
No.
Right?
There's a continual, there's timelines everywhere. There's thousands of timelines with Gray doing 1,000 different things than being on a live with Sarge right now. This is the timeline that we are in. Like the possibilities are
Let me just say though,
infinite.
there's
What?
an argument against free will. Your free will is limited to the box you're in.
What?
That's the misunderstanding. Free will, if you were to take free will and try to understand it in a grander text, so you walk into your kitchen, you got the free will to grab a beer or a cookie.
Yeah.
Or to even be in that house. That's not really expression of free will. It's an expression within the parameters outlined by others.
See, you're not. See, these rivers run deeper than that. It's not about simple decisions. It's about you have the choice. Like whether you end up a criminal on death row or a freaking, the Dalai Lama. Like free will means that others cannot interfere. Whatever you choose is your destiny. Others cannot interfere with that. It is your free will. Like they can't come in and if we're getting ready to nuke Russia or Russia's getting ready to nuke us, these other powers that are there, they can't come in and say, and stop it and save us. Like like we are an experiment that possibly others, higher beings than us in the universe, are watching. It's funny because you see, you're not a
No,
little girls. There's a
accept
common
it.
theme amongst most, well, at least a lot of women that I've talked to, and that is when we are little girls, we play with doll houses, right? And we make Barbie do this, and we make Ken do that, and we da, and we control those dolls in that dollhouse. Picture that on a bigger scale, whereas there is a force, the universe, that has given us the planet Earth with water and land and all this stuff to have everything we need to be absolutely sustainable and reach our fullest Jesus Christ potential. But they're not going to help us get there. They're just going to watch and see what happens. And
I don't know why you need these other beings involved in trying to view things, but
well, where do you think we came from?
I
'Cause
told
I
you
personally
we're
don't think that's
one.
my,
We're
like,
one.
God.
You're not letting me answer. Shut up.
Oh, fuck you.
We're one of
I'm
an
just kidding.
we're one of an infinite manifestation. Shut
No,
up.
you shut the front door, Sergeant. All right, I'm listening, honey.
We're one of an infinite opportunities of light. The idea, the thing that's kind of, you can't control your fate as you think free will allows you. If I come into your house, okay, and you have
I
a
disagree.
happy-go-lucky,
We
let
can
me
control
finish.
our
Let me
fate.
finish.
All right, sorry.
Shut the fuck up.
All right, I'll mute.
No, don't mute. Just listen. If I come in your house and blow away your pets, That's going to alter your predictive situation, and it's going to alter your little fucking life and your views in life, and your idea of free will may then be interrupted. And that idea that free will, your free will is contained in the same box as everybody else's. Yes, you could choose to do one thing or another, but those choices can be preordained by other outside influences, and there's nothing you could do about it. You could choose to live a life of complete honesty, and then Russia can nuke your city, and you could start robbing your neighbors and eating their cats and dogs. You can't call that a choice of free will. Has its limits, and our understanding of its limits, it seems to be mind-boggling simple, but yet we won't accept it. You are a product of your environment.
I'm not looking at free will on the individual basis. I'm looking at it as human. Like everything else is, if there is anything else, they're alien, right? Quotes. We are called humans. I'm looking at free will as something that is given to humans, not on an individual. Yes, we all have it individually, but the crux of it is not on an individual basis. It is on watching this species of us humans see what happens, like an experiment. Like if Russia nukes us, or if you come into my kitchen and shoot me down or kill my
I don't
dog or
understand the
whatever.
value. I don't understand the value in trying to perceive other beings using us as an experiment.
Well,
I can't
because
even
it comes
understand.
back
Just
to
say that.
spirituality and God and where we came from.
Well, why would other beings have to? Some type of alien have to be in the mix?
Well, is God? What is God? Is he not an other being?
God is all that there is and all that there ever will be.
Okay, well, that to me is the universe. Well, okay.
God is all that there is and all that there ever will be. And yeah, you can
In a
define that
physical
as
form,
energy.
if you could describe God, what is God? The
It's
ruler
everything
of the
that you can
universe.
manifest. It's everything that you can manifest within a visible light spectrum that you're a part of.
Yes,
Everything. So the idea that beings have created us to manipulate or to watch us just seems insane to me. That's like Bigfoot. It's like Bigfoot. Now, if all that there is and all that there ever was is the definition of what God is, if you want to make God a single solitary thing, okay, then you have at it. But I don't think you can make God a single solitary thing. Not when he's all that there is.
I
Okay,
consider the universe God.
So in that context, our definition of life as we know it is only as we know it. Doesn't mean that this is the only form of life available.
It's raining.
Right?
Okay.
And so if there's an infinite amount of outcomes for life, and we're only able to see life within a very narrow spectrum, then you could go look all you want in the universe, and you're never going to find a duplication of us. That's very possible.
Yes, I agree with that.
It might even be more likely than not that our narrow band of observable fucking parts of the universe are all we're ever going to be able to interact with. And that we could in fact be the only beings of our kind in all the universe. That would not be.
Are.
Well, no, everybody argues that we're not. But the idea, when you break it down into the spectrums of vibration, yes, we may be the only beings of this type. On the other hand, it may be that this vibration is very, very fucking common. And that's what we should be searching for. That's what we should be searching for. Not looking for other fucking spaceships and stuff. Not looking out of a telescope to see if there's a building on Mars. No, we should be looking for something completely different than that. But something completely descriptive of what we are. So to me, I think, like on Earth, you see all of these different animals and all that. So there's a plethora of diversity in a carbon-based life, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. But that doesn't mean every carbon-based life is going to be interactable with us.
I agree.
I think what happens when you start getting into the quantum computings and the quantum computers start opening up doors of information or knowledge or understanding, that's where mankind's going to run into a wall. And we may find ourselves on the crux of destruction because we abuse what we find.
Okay, so I agree with that as well. So you're saying that we may find ourselves on the crux of destruction, but it's not going to be AI AI is not going to end up outwitting us or being smarter than us. What do you mean?
We're going to do it for
smarter
ourselves.
than us.
No, computer's no smarter than anybody else. Get out of here.
Oh, I don't know.
Computers are not smart in the sense that you and I are smart.
They may not be smarter than you and me, but the general
No,
public.
no, not even than the general public. They have access to information, and they've got.
You need to watch
They've got
more
a-
movies, Sergeant.
Let me explain myself, please. A computer works on electrical impulses and switches. It has been now, there's been software written. Not the switches and the fucking electronics don't have any intelligence at all.
No.
The
I agree.
software that we write gives them the ability to fetch information and answer a question at speeds you can't comprehend. That
Right.
does not make them smarter than you.
But that software is also built to make them learn by
Within the
listening to
binds of
us,
human knowledge.
no, wait, let me talk for a minute. That software is
Mm.
also has the capability of observing, meaning listening in, Alexa, Siri, our phones, listening in, hearing our habits and learning from that and taking what they have learned from
That is not
and
learning.
adapting.
That is not learning. You're
That's
not
AI.
understanding.
That is fucking AI.
Shut up for a minute. That is memorizing. That is not learning.
Ah.
It has instant fucking recall on keywords. Like when I say computer, it'll fucking turn on. It doesn't understand what that word is. There's no deep depth knowledge to its understanding of what you and I know what a computer is. It doesn't. Unless you write an algorithm that it'll then explain what a computer is. It still doesn't know it. It's still a recalled fucking human piece of information. You see, the guy that invented the wheel created what we call knowledge going forward. Then he connected them with an axle. And then he put something on top of it. He put 4 of them together. That's knowledge in action. Now, our computers can mimic that. But you'll never know a computer that's going to give you anything beyond man's already known knowledge in the box that we live.
Okay.
Quantum computing steps outside of the box. That's the danger here. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to understand what's outside of this box of human experience.
Well, and you don't think that AI is part of quantum computing? Like, take it to the
No,
like
no,
just for simplicity.
no,
Let's not talk about a computer that sits on our desk and we punch letters
No,
into
today's
a keyboard.
today's
Think about
artificial
robots.
intelligence. Today's artificial intelligence is as ignorant as a smartphone. They're trying to convince you that this machine is smarter than you, and it's not.
Well,
It
in
has
the
more
long
act-
run, I agree with you. But
Not the long
again,
run,
we are
it's the
not part of.
reality.
We are not typically part of the 5.62 billion. Like, there are not an abundance of people on the earth thinking the way that you and I are thinking right now. Your
But that
chat
doesn't
can follow
define
it,
it.
and because they're smart people. But
You're not
take it to
listen.
I'm listening. But
The guys in the fucking forest that never walked into a civilized, what we call civilized, are smart. The guys that live deep in the Amazon jungle that never ever ventured out to see a modern humanity are smart. Your computers are not smart that way.
well, in 30, 50 years, the robots that have computers in them and do everything for us, from taking our orders at restaurants to serving our food to being maids in our house and personal assistants, that quantum mechanic computer inside that
No.
robotic entity could be smart enough. Like, we're like, the potential is there, and to ignore that, I think is crazy.
There's a difference between recalling and knowledge. In other words, 1 and 1 is 2. I can
That's where it
physically.
gets crazy, because they don't have any emotion and they just
No,
recall.
you're
They don't
way-
have
you're not-
knowledge and wisdom. They just recall. So that's where it's going to get crazy, is if they interpret something, one way and turn on their owner or their, the person who bought the computer or humanity or whatever. That's where it gets dangerous.
And I just say that what you have in an algorithm. Let me explain an algorithm. An algorithm gives a computer, from your perspective, it gives a computer from a human perspective the idea that it's interacting as another human being would interact with you, and it's fake. Intelligence is the ability
You
to
can't
learn.
bring fate into something
fake.
electronic.
Fake.
I know.
The idea that you're interacting with intelligence is a fake perception. You got YouTube volume up. You're feeding back.
No, it's
Okay.
rain. I'm smoking a cigarette and it's raining. I'm sorry.
I'm telling you, computers are not intelligent. Computers have access to the answers. Algorithms have then
Have you
created.
ever
Let me
experimented
finish.
with ChatGPT?
Holy fuck! You don't ever let me finish a sentence. Are you there?
I'm here. Can't you hear that?
All right. I don't mean to yell, but damn, Gray, you don't let me finish the thought before you interrupt me. I'm almost at the end, and then bam.
Well,
You then
maybe you met your match,
intelligence
Mr. Sarge.
it's not meeting my match when you won't let me answer a simple or make a simple statement. That's not a match. I listen to what you're saying. I listen, and then I go to reply, and you won't even let me reply. Cut it out. Okay. Intelligence is separate from having the ability to the absolute answer. Algorithms have created the illusion that the machine is intelligent and almost human-like, but it's software. The software itself doesn't know what it's doing. You know when you kick someone in the balls what you're doing. You think it, you process it, you act. Computers don't do that. You can program a computer to do acts of kicking people in the balls, but its understanding the complete knowledge and concept of that isn't knowledge it's acquired. It's simply a process of data and an action based on data. It's almost like dead people walking. You put something inside of them to create the neural pathways for their limbs and them to walk. Are they alive? The dead man walking because you've been able to power him up and make him walk. Does that make him a living, breathing human being? No. That's kind of how I see computers. There is no humanity or no intelligence in the machine. It's a machine that has an infinite capacity to put things together based on the algorithms it's been given. And it comes across as being alive or being intelligent. Quantum literally will be that without our instructing it. That's the difference. Today's machines, today's phones are not smart and they're not intelligent.
Can I go?
Okay.
Can I speak?
Now you can, yeah.
Okay. So, in my mind, it's a little bit easier to understand in a more futuristic way, right? Like rather than talking about a computer that sits on your desk, talking about a robot or something that has a computer in it, right? So they can learn what our habits are. They can learn what products we like. They can learn what products they think that we need. They can learn all of those things. But they're not smart enough after picture like an animatronic thing. They're not smart enough to know that kicking someone in the balls is a very offensive thing and something that you do when someone irritates you. Like if they have the ability to learn one thing, such as our habits, the products that we want, all that stuff, then what keeps them from having the ability to learn that kicking someone in the balls is an offensive and defensive move?
When you see computers start to attack and kill other computers, be scared. Until then, it's simply algorithms written by man.
See, and I'm fortunate because I know that you don't watch movies a lot, and maybe I watch too many movies, but you can't split the baby from the bathwater. You can't say that AI is intelligent to learn from our habits and do things from our habits, but not then.
But you're just missing that it didn't learn by itself to pay attention to what my buying habits are. It was programmed to do that.
I understand.
So that programming is not intelligence. That's humanity. That's a human being that did that. The intelligent part of a computer is mankind. And we're surrendering that because they're trying to convince us the computer is independently intelligent. And it's not. It's simply not. It's just a bunch of circuitry with fantastic programming created by humans. Now, can the computer take the examples? Can we show it? 1 and 1 is 2 and 2 and 2 is 4 and get it to then extrapolate to another level of programming? Sure you can, but that still doesn't make it intelligent. We know why we're doing what we're doing. It doesn't think about what it's doing. You consider A, B, C, D. It does not.
Well,
It will tell you that you
that's
brought.
what makes it dangerous, in my opinion.
No, it's not. It's the limited capacity. The machines that we use today are so limited. It's not even funny. That's why I keep saying quantum computing is stepping into an architecture of complete misunderstanding. We don't know what it does or why it does it. And it does it in such a rate, an equation that would take our computers to all of our best computers today, an infinite amount of time to solve an equation. The quantum computer did it in 5 minutes. That's fucking scary. It can absorb all of man's information, all of man's knowledge, and solve problems that we can't even conceivably get our own computers to do. It can. Now that's fucking crazy. It could do it in 5 minutes. That's danger. Today's computers, I'm telling you, there is no preordained thought going on within those machines. It isn't intelligent.
Not today's computers. I agree with you. Not today's computers, but maybe in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. I mean, like, are you familiar with CERN? CERN is actively trying and has been for decades to find what they call the God particle and to like break and crack this code on everything, which in my opinion it is going to cause an entire shitstorm of parallel universes opening up and all kinds if they ever are successful, and a whole hot mess of things. Like
CERN is on the wrong path, and even Tesla pointed out the ridiculousness of particle physics. CERN is I respect what CERN is doing. CERN is aiding us in expanding the periodic table. CERN is helping us.
CERN is evil.
No, I don't know that it's evil. I think CERN is doing things that have real world value. But I think Tesla was right. The answer is in vibrational frequencies and the energy of space that we don't know now how to interact with. We know it's there. We don't know how to get to it. And all the money we spent on CERN would have been better off trying to understand what Tesla was telling us.
Okay, then let me ask you this. Why do you think...
How did you move 1,000-ton stones, 3 million pound rocks? How did you move them 40 miles? That's important to know. And I think Tesla knew.
I agree with that.
So I think particle physics
we shouldn't have to pay. I agree with all of that.
Within the box that we've been trapped in, particle physics has its place, but I think the outside of this box doesn't include particle physics. It includes our direct interaction and understanding and manipulation of those particles. Like you were saying, Jesus walked on water, right? And that he understood. It's not just the 12 laws that he understood, but he could interact with his environment in ways that you and I can't. He brings sight back to the blind.
Let me correct, in ways that you and I are capable of, but are so far out of the realm of our understanding that we don't. I think everybody is capable of doing what Jesus Christ did. We just don't know how to tap into it.
But quantum computing will show us that way. That's where the danger becomes, because when mankind or men finally figure that out, because of the ability of the quantum computer, that's where the danger will be applied. Who are those men? Why do you think Elon, he's not stupid. He just went after one of the biggest AI programs in the world that they're trying to raise 30 or 40 billion to privatize. So what did Elon do? He said, I'll give you 100 billion for it. Now the bad guys, potentially, they're bad players that are trying to take this AI shit. Now, the people that actually control it have to say to the guy that was going to give him 30 or 40 billion, that's not enough. We need 100. So Elon is a very smart, strategic man. The question is he altruistic, or is he a danger, and is he a wolf in sheep's clothing? We don't know. But if let's take Elon as altruistic. He's extremely intelligent in trying to block the complete privatization of artificial intelligence. And the artificial intelligence he's trying to block are connected to quantum computers. That's truly crucial to mankind's success or failure, because them computers will give answers that we have no way to obtain with our current technology. I don't care how many fucking times you tell me there's artificial intelligence or smartphones that work on transistors. We will not answer these questions. And the amount of time that humanity is even going to survive, even if we don't, let's say we just never have another war and we just go extinct because of nature. Our computing power cannot answer these questions, the machines that we use today, but the quantum computer can, and it can do it in minutes or instantly. That's why Elon, I believe, is trying to stop that from being privatized. It's a
Or
danger because of man,
trying to
not
stop them
because
from
of machine.
taking over. The
Because,
robot
right,
revolution.
right. And it's humanity that's the danger to humanity, not the machine. And maybe the machine will become, people say, when are computers going to protect themselves from us? I haven't seen it. I mean, my desktop has never turned on and suggested I die or commit suicide.
No, I mean it's humans that build the software and the algorithm. Yes, it's going to be humanity. We're going to be our own downfall. There's no doubt about that. But the point is, to what extent are we building things that we don't even know?
Up
Or
until now, nothing. We haven't built anything that we don't understand or isn't within our ability to understand. The quantum computer is stepping outside of that. I mean, everything in human history that we're aware of has been within the bounds of our ability to understand. And now the quantum computing brings us to a point where we don't understand it at all. It
what
works.
is your definition of quantum? Because I've never heard of quantum computing. I'm very
It's called
familiar with
qubits. There's
quantum
qubits.
physics.
Qubits. So like transistors turn 1 and 0s.
Yes,
Qubits are
binaural stuff.
two of the same paired particles, okay?
Yeah.
Will interact instantly at any distance. So if you tell one to face up, the other one will face down.
Yeah.
And you could do that with sheer thought. The other thing is it your consciousness can interact with some of these particles. So it becomes it's so complicated. I can't explain it exactly, but
Okay,
I do know.
no. I think we're on I call it quantum physics. You're calling it quantum computing, and
They're both one
now
the
that you
same.
explained it, it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing.
Quantum computing is based off quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics gives rise to the idea. Now, a quantum computer is using particles instead of we're talking microscopic particles on the smallest level and pairing them together, which often means just putting them in the same location together. They become a pair of particles.
Mhm.
Okay. And so whatever you do to one particle will affect the other particle, no matter the distance between them, and do it instantly. I mean, you could put one in a lead box on the other side of the universe and fuck with the one here on your table, and the one on the other side of the universe in a lead box will instantaneously respond to what you just did.
Right.
That's amazing, right?
Yes.
It's that kind of a machine where the particles of the universe interact with each other in ways we don't exactly know to create everything that we see.
I think,
And that's kind of where the quantum computing is going.
I think that's where we differ, because I'm saying quantum physics, you're saying what, and we're essentially both saying the same things, but you're saying that quantum mechanics and quantum computers are something that is man-made, and I think that quantum physics is a property of the universe and our being. Like it's
is,
like
and that's
oxygen or air, you know what I mean? Like it's not something
everything.
that was
All right,
invented.
listen. Everything is a particle. Okay, or it's an energy source. But let's start with just everything being a particle.
Yeah.
They're taking physical particles and pairing them and putting them in a machine called a quantum computer, so that they work like a computer of modern times, yet their response is instant. So whatever you enter into it, it's instantly solved. There's no hesitation. There's no having to transmit it down a wire. It's done within the quantum fields. And we don't understand how that works. We don't know how it's possible for two particles to interact at any distance instantly. And it's that ability to do that that's being built into a computer using quantum mechanics and particle physics. They're combining the two. And they're creating computers that say like your computer now uses ones and zeros.
They all, yes, that's fine.
Okay, so let's say a quantum computer, it doesn't use one and zeros. It doesn't need them. But let's say that it did use ones and zeros. And the time it takes you to do 1 and 0, it's accomplished all of the math formulas on Earth.
Then let me bring you back to my robot analogy, where it's easier than to picture a computer on your desk in this conversation to picture a futuristic robot who is in everybody's home. That robot sees a husband beat the shit out of his wife. And sorry, dropped my phone. Sorry, I dropped my phone.
Mhm.
What is it's the same principle. If that triggers that program or that quantum computer to go pick up the gun in the safe because it knows the code because it's watched and all that stuff and go and fucking kill the husband that just smacked the shit out of his wife. You know what I'm saying? Like if they can be
Yeah, but
smart in
you
one
don't need,
aspect
you
of
know,
our lives, they can be smart in all aspects of our lives.
but that isn't intelligence. That could be an algorithm written
It's
in to
not
be able to.
intelligence, but it's possible.
Yeah, but it's no different than your Alexa telling you need to reorder apple juice. It's simply responding to
It's a
code that's
lot
been entered
different. Someone
into
get
it.
it's a lot different. Someone's dead.
It's not different.
Well, how do you? Let's bring it down a little bit because I don't want to. I'm sure I can't see chat, but I'm sure that they're like, shut the fuck up. um, how do you feel about like vibrations? I
Without them,
know we've
without them,
already agreed
nothing
that
could
we're all
exist.
light.
Nothing could exist without the vibration.
So if you are in a lower level vibration where things are negative or even demonic, and what do you think would happen if your vibration gets higher? I mean, it's an asinine question, but
Well, then something's got to change. I mean, it depends on what you mean by my vibration gets higher.
well, so frequencies and megahertz and all that. If you're existing in a negative vibration space, which equivalates to musical frequencies and vibrations, if you're existing in that bandwidth, if you will, if you change, if we have the ability to change that by changing our environment, putting music on, like doing whatever, and we can raise our vibration to a higher frequency, to a higher environment, how do you explain that that elevates our mood? Because I believe it does or can.
I think you're dealing with it in a very elementary. You're using examples of humans in there and what humans are doing and what we don't do or can do.
I disagree.
I think
Disagree. I think you're very black and white, and I'm a little bit more female. I think men are typically very logical, and I respect that because we need that. And women can be a little bit more free flowing and open minded, and I think that's where
emotional.
our
You're trying to avoid the
emotional.
word.
That's a good word. Emotional.
Trying to
Yes,
word the word emotional, right?
I'll give you that. I'll give you
I
that.
don't say to you a robot that responds to the defense of a woman being beat by a husband isn't intelligence. It's programming.
No.
And programming is
that's
awesome.
where the
Listen, I'm
danger
not
comes
even,
in.
no, the danger's been there then ever since there's been a computer. I mean, so here's the thing. We've got the first real practical use of a computer was aboard the USS Iowa. Its computer was based on mechanics. And it was the targeting system of the 16-inch guns on the battleship. That was the first practical use of a computer. And then they used the computer to break the Enigma code. So computing really came to modern man during World War II. So we've had 75 or 80 years of interacting with computers, and there's never been an incident of computer side. Okay.
No, but that doesn't mean there won't be in
I can
30
program a
years from
computer to
now.
do whatever. I can program a computer to enact a self-defense mode. But that doesn't do it by its own thinking and intelligence. It doesn't understand the value of life like you do. You know, the
No, I
emotions that
agree.
women have, don't exist in a computer unless
I
an
agree.
algorithm.
That's where the danger comes in
No,
because
it's
they
that.
can start learning from us, and if again with the robotic analogy versus a desktop computer, a robot is taught to obey its master. So
Yeah, but
I don't know.
you're conflating, and this is where we're bumping heads. You're conflating intelligence with some of the acts that a machine can do that are human-like. And I'm saying to you that its action is still not intelligence, no matter how relative to humanity it is. It's still not an intelligent action.
But do you
It's
not
a
agree that
programmable.
they can be programmed and taught to mimic humanity?
Of course they can.
All right, but that's what I'm talking about.
but that isn't intelligence.
No, I agree. It's mimicking.
Hmm.
And then that's where the danger comes in, because you can't mimic something like that. That's where it gets dangerous. Again, I think we're on the same page. And I
We
think we're
might be.
probably boring the hell out of chat. So
I don't
I'm
really.
gonna shush a little bit.
I'm not here for the number of people in chat. Sometimes a good conversation is a good conversation. Doesn't matter.
That's true. That's true. I agree. I agree.
I think that for humanity, we're in a box, and the breaking of that box is going to come with the quantum computer. It is part based on quantum physics, and it's based on a lot of fuzzy we don't understand. Quantum physics has given us examples of what happens, but we don't know why. That's where we know why a computer does what it does. There's no doubt about it. We know why a combustion engine works. We know why electricity works. We have no idea how quantum physics works, although we know it exists, and we know we can interact with it on a very elemental level. And that's where our danger arises, not in the machine itself, but in our pure ignorance of what we're doing.
I can get with that.
They thought the same thing about the nuclear weapon in the day, but the nuclear weapon, again, is just simply a bomb that's got to be launched by man. They were saying, what if the computers took control? Well, if you want to worry about that, it isn't the computers today that are going to do that unless algorithms are written to allow for that. A quantum
Correct.
computer goes way beyond our input. That will be a point, I think, where input on a universal scale is going to be available to a machine we built, and we're going to have no understanding of that machine.
So let me ask you this, because this is an honest question, because I'm totally ignorant on it. I know exactly what an algorithm is. Data mining is
That's an algorithm.
okay. All right. So by data mining and collecting all of this information constantly on us, whether it's, scanning our discount thing at the grocery store or the shoe store, wherever it is, we scan, and all of that is data mined. Data mined. They're picking up
That's
all of
why
our information.
a lot of people don't connect cloud computing to where we are now either. The thing is, the information in my machine is on everybody's machine. It's available to everybody's machine now. That's what the cloud did. So you've got massive data storage centers that search engines are connected to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when certain keywords that's how they block me on Twitter. It's not that there's a person in a room scanning the posts. It's an algorithm looking for keywords.
Right.
It's all it is. And so that's how you were able to block, like during the first Trump administration, how anybody that talked about a particular illness was banned and blocked. Not because a person did it, but because an algorithm looked for the word.
Yeah.
And that's still
start
happening
saying the
today.
jab or the thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So there's certain words that if you use them, the algorithm will eventually it'll peek right into what's being said. And if it can't determine whether you should be banned, blocked, or whatever, then it may be referred to a human to review. So there are some humans in the system, but not, like people thought, and that's probably why Elon got rid of 80% of Twitter. The computers do what they need to do. You don't need all them people there. The people were interfering too much with what was happening on Twitter for a certain ideological view. And that's why he got rid of them. I think he knocked out 80% of them. And he's trying, and you're going to do the same thing. The government could do away with most of what it's doing. You could write algorithms when people apply for funding. You don't even need a human to review the document. I want a grant to experiment with how long it takes a fish to digest a worm. And the algorithm can say that's a ridiculous basis for applying for money. Don't come back. You don't need a human to read that document anymore.
Right.
But that still is not intelligence.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
And it scares me that so many people have accepted the statement, like they accept the phone. Did you see the new smartphone from Apple? The phone ain't smart. It's not smart. I don't think they're smart. I never seen any phone jump away from a hammer. I've never seen a phone assault somebody. I've never seen a phone warn you that you were going to knock it off the table. I mean,
I just dropped mine. Nobody told me.
Where's it self-preservation? I mean, the first part of being smart is self-preservation. Would you agree?
I agree. Yes, I do agree. I think we're on the same page, and I'm looking forward to listening back, because I think you have a lot for me to think that this is something that I've been like, I haven't for years, but this is something that looked into like 10, 15 years ago. I was obsessed with this type of stuff. Um, but I've grown since then, and things I'm looking forward to the replay and hearing what you have to say, because I do think that we are 90% on the same page. I think that I tend to be a little bit more spiritual in the as or emotional, or however, whatever you
Well,
want to say.
I think that you for whatever reason, like most people, and I think it's part of being human, is that there has to be something, somebody, or something explainable to create where we are.
Yeah, because what's the point? If there isn't, what's the fucking point?
That's the
You
beauty
know?
of it. That's your free will of it. That's the part that nobody really seems to pay any attention to. You're the point.
Yeah.
Each and every one of us are the point. The idea that we have this
And free
empirical
will.
need to understand
That's what
where
I
we
said.
came from. What did you say? What?
I said, you just said what I said. I talked about free will like a half hour ago.
No, but you weren't talking about it in the point that I just made.
Oh, you may be a little bit more eloquent and
No,
explain it better, but it's the same idea.
It's not. It's a completely different concept. The point of free will isn't understanding how or why you got here.
No,
That okay to under
it's
like
allowing
you're
you to make your own mistakes and your own life choice. It's
no
freedom to.
your free will, in my opinion, was exercised the minute you accepted to become part of this carbon-based humanity.
See,
And
I
then
think it was
your free
accepted the
will,
minute that the sperm hit the egg. That's when, in my mind, that's when free will started.
your existence came in as the existence of that life is the expression of free will. Okay, if you want to talk about a life in different forms, from a different form of existence, your free will allowed you to become what that egg and sperm created. That was the exercise of your free will. Everything that comes after that is a probability fucking experiment. It's a chance. There is no way as a carbon-based life form to exercise your free will in the way that you've explained it. And I'm telling you, your free will was exercised prior to the conception of the life that you're living. Your life is the expression of a choice of free will by an existence that isn't carbon-based human.
So, like
Do you
reincarnate? Like,
understand?
are you talking
No,
reincarnation?
it's not even real. It may be, but it
Because
doesn't
I
need to
believe
be
in
that.
that.
It's simpler than that. It's simpler than that. I'm all that there is, and I'm all that there ever was. We're all a part of that. And we elect our own free will to leave that existence and come to be this temporarily.
Right. I agree.
Okay.
Yep, I'm following.
And so when this ends, you go back to all that there is and all that there ever was, whatever frequency, whatever that is.
The alpha and the omega, if you will.
So to me, your free will ended. You chose to freely become this, but you don't know it because this is not what you were.
Right.
Okay. What you were decided to be this, and you're not allowed to know that.
Right.
So that this can be so that this can be lived the way it's to be lived. And there's no preordained outcome. It's
right.
You're right. You get to make choices here, but within the confines of the choices that this existence has.
Yes.
Where you came from was an infinite choice. You could have been a nova, part of a supernova. You could have been part of a black hole. You could have been a part of everything.
I was a star from the Pleiades.
Your free will chose to be what we are now.
Yes.
And it's a temporary existence based on the way we are now. Because there is history that shows we did live hundreds of years in the past. Right? That's the claims made in a lot of man's history. Some people live thousands of years. But again, the population was significantly smaller.
Right.
So I think as a result of population growth, of more and more of us taking our free will and choosing to be a part of this, that lifespans had to accommodate that. You couldn't have, 100, if you have 100, you got 8 billion here now. Imagine 100 billion people that never died.
Yeah.
That'd be a clusterfuck.
To me, and then I'm going to have to go because I turn into a pumpkin at midnight. So I have like an hour to wash my face and brush my teeth and all that stuff. But the progression of the soul, like to go along with what you were just saying, and in the vein of reincarnation, a soul is, in my opinion, a soul is past lives and all that stuff. A soul is reborn until it reaches its highest potential. So
I
you
suspect that
may,
that's a choice. I suspect that that's a choice. It's not a clad in stone.
I think
Um,
it's a test.
no,
Like
I'm telling you. Well,
like
you
you
do.
like if you're the hobo on the street that can't get their has not gotten their life together and dies of heroin, then you're reborn. You're possibly, the lessons that you learned from that possibly elevate you to a little bit higher of a level, right? And that's kind of where old souls come from. So like if you're born like an old soul, very intelligent, very in tune with the ways of the universe and the world, you're almost at your like your soul has traveled
However,
through all of those lives, all of those lives that are getting you to pure enlightenment.
but you're removing the free will. You only have free will once, and that's to become what you've chosen to go from what you were to who we are now. It can't be then mandated that you continue on this path till you reach some certain goal. You have to be, because once you pass from here, you return to what you were.
Right.
And then you have to make the choice again to come back. So are there people that have been reincarnated? Thousands of, there may in fact be
But you don't
people
think that
that
they've
there's,
advanced, even though they go back
I
to
don't
who
think
they
it's
were?
mandatory. I'm
You
saying, I
don't
don't
think
think
that
it's,
the lessons they learned in that
no,
lifetime have
I'm not
advanced
saying,
them any
I'm not
further
saying
on
it
the
doesn't. Pearl, you're not hearing what I, or Gray, you're not hearing anything I said. I'm saying that reincarnation isn't mandatory. It's a free will choice to continue to come back. Once you die,
I
you
never thought of
return to
that.
what once was, what you are when you're dead, where you go, what you came from. You then are given a choice to continue to do this again. You don't have to. In other words,
Right.
reincarnation isn't a mandatory, it's a choice of free will. Otherwise, there could be no free will if what we came from mandates that we do this till we get it right. Well, there's no free will in that. So where does the application of free will really fit in the existence of humanity? To me, it can only fit between where we came from, what we're a part of, all that there is and all that there ever was. And we freely chose to become these carbon-based beings and live in existence of material and matter. We chose that.
Well,
Now,
I must be a
we can
gluttony
continue to
because I
choose
keep
that.
choosing to come back and back and back until I
That's
feel like
fine.
I've
There's nothing
gotten it
wrong
right,
with that.
and I'll never know.
That's perfectly
But
fine. You could,
that's what I believe.
okay. All right. Well, that was kind of cool.
It was fun. I love you. You're my favorite. You know that. I learned that over a year ago on date night with you. I came up as a, we were having fun. I came up and suddenly things started coming out and I'm like, holy shit, like we think a lot alike. Like it was bizarre. And I've been a fan ever since. So I appreciate you having me. I appreciate your chat, mods, all
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah, and
It
I
was
like
good.
the
It's
stream
good, good
being
talk.
okay. I appreciate it. I got to take a quick 5-minute break. I'll be back, folks.
Go ahead. I'm dropping. Love you guys. Well, actually, I'll stay up till Sarge gets back. How's my people? But I can't see what anybody's saying. I hope you guys are good. I hope you didn't get spooked by by my crazy. I don't let it show very often, except with Sarge, because he can go deep. So I tend to dive in with him. Is Mr. Ferguson still in chat? Oh, I can turn my TV on and see chat. Hold on. There's my people. I see Carl, Heidi. Hi, Heidi. Miss W. Grant. No, you guys are all still here. I'm excited. I thought everybody would be gone. What the hell are they talking about? Aw, you guys are sweet. It's a good chat. He's got a good channel. It's unique. It's unlike any other. I stayed up till you got back.
I appreciate it.
No
Boy, I had
problem.
to
I
empty that
appreciate
bladder before I exploded.
you. I hear you. All right, I gotta do my things before I go to bed.
All right,
Tomorrow's gonna come early. Thanks again, Sarge.
we'll talk to you.
All right. See you next time. Bye.
Yeah, I think that's what I mean. I don't stream out here. I'm not trying to be a popular channel or somebody with millions of viewers. I really don't give a fuck if I got 2,000 subscribers or 20,000. I think there's a lot of things that can be thought about, a lot of things that can be discussed and should be discussed to go beyond our fucking social issues and our social ills. However, I also think that it's very important that hopefully humanity can come together and use these tools of communication to affect change that affects all of us in a good way. Because if we don't do that, it is more likely than not that we'll lose this capacity in the future, just based on the history of humanity. I say that if you don't elect J.D. Vance 2 terms and the 1 term of Trump, giving you 12 years of this, that if we can't get to 12 years of what's happening now, then you'll see that this type of system that we have will not survive. And I don't care who the Democrats run, you got to ignore them. You can't let them lie and tell you they're going to keep doing what Trump did. Don't let them. They're going to try that. They may not try that under the next election, but the one after that, that's what they're going to do. There's just too much corruption, too much criminality. And so I think we need 12 years plus of what we started the November of 2024 that then manifested itself into reality January 20th. Okay? You know, I see things going on and I ask questions to myself. I don't really bring a lot of these questions forward because most of you don't see it, or you don't give it the thought because most of you don't think. Why isn't Trump traveling around the world? Why is he sending J.D. Vance to do all of this stuff? Why is the vice president of the United States carrying American policy across the globe? Why is Trump staying in Washington? There's a reason Trump is sitting in place. There's got to be some kind of outward threat or some type of risk that's not worth taking. And so J.D. Vance and others are actually going forward and doing the work, or at least showing the face of the American government forward. Can we fix the system in 12 years? Of course we can. We absolutely can fix the system in 12. You just need to get the minds of the people to follow along. You got to get the desire of the people of the country. And you could turn this around quick. Turn it around quick. It took a long time to poison us. But once you reinvigorate the American way, the American value, the American success, the American system, 12 years should be the start of a complete golden age. And we shouldn't look back. But we do need the additional time with Vance to succeed Trump. Yeah, I don't know what to make of it, Heidi. Remember in his first term, he did that world tour. First country he went to was Saudi Arabia. He's not doing it this time. At least we don't know that he's doing it. He's actually, from my understanding, inviting Putin to Washington instead of him going over to Europe. So, I don't know. I see these things and I wonder what's really going on. Why is Trump, and Trump's the guy that's not afraid to get on the plane and go somewhere. Why did Greenland get handled the way it was handled? Why is J.D. Vance going over and talking peace deals over there? Why? And not Trump. So, I don't know if he's doing that because it's, because his first term, he did all that whirlwind. You don't need to do it again. I don't know. I don't know. Is it because there's a threat? I don't know. No, I don't know that President Trump needs to be elected a third term. Hey, Michelle. I think, what has to happen, and more of us, if we want to affect change, more of us need to get him to get those executive orders that he signed and ratified as laws. And that would be what the public could do. There's so many of those executive orders that are crucial to our success. And we need to get Congress to pass laws like the DEI bullshit that Biden did. And Trump had to write executive orders. So there's so many things that Trump's doing that are definitely good for the nation. but they need to be sent through Congress and the Senate and turned and ratified into laws. Because all this executive action, especially if somebody steals the election in the next 4 years, then we're screwed, because that'll all get erased and it'll be worse. It'll be way worse than it was this time. So yeah, I think that we definitely need voices that are going to push for some radical changes. And some of these big voices, I don't know, maybe I ought to start streams just insulting these people. Maybe I can get the attention of Joe Rogan and Tucker and others just by insulting them every fucking day. I don't know any other way to get their attention. I mean, you praise them all you want, I guess, but they're absolutely doing nothing in the cause of actions. They're alerting us to stuff. They're showing us how stupid the left is and how stupid some of our politicians are. But that's, I mean, we don't need people to show us that on a daily basis. We need people to show us how to overcome that. That in spite of the stupid Maxine Waters or in spite of the stupid Mitt Romney, to me, there's got to be some attempt or some system that can get us outside of this broken bullshit that we're suffering under with this constant outrage dealing. And that's all these guys are. They're outrage dealers. They're not doing anything for a long-term gain for the country or for the people or for the globe. They're doing it for short-term payments to their fucking bank account. And like, these, I read headlines. You won't believe what Pam Bondi did. No, fuck, that's fucking stupid. How about we try to believe what we could do to help Pam Bondi as New Yorkers, right? It's just shocking to me. Trump voters reveal why they regret their vote. Yeah, okay. He got 105 views. It was on there for a day. Nobody wants to talk to people like that. Briefs on talks about Putin and Zelensky, Ukraine. That's a good topic, but that's coming from a news agency. I don't know. I read headlines sometimes, and even when it comes to the Koberger case, it's outrage, and that's all people can continue to do allow. And really, the issue with these cases is how are they being managed? Yeah, I don't know how they could have managed the outside. Like there was a law passed by President Obama. I don't know why Trump didn't get rid of that, which allows our news agencies to broadcast propaganda within the continental United States. That was prohibited for God knows how long. But in 2013, was it? It wasn't 13. Yeah, it was 2013. 11 or 13. Obama signed some fucking bullshit that allowed propaganda to be broadcast to American public. And that's why these news shows do what they do. And now we know that the government was funding a lot of these agencies. A lot of these newsrooms were getting money. And they did it through a back door called subscriptions. So they would they'd buy political subscriptions and pay for their subscriptions on a monthly basis. It's, so in politics, we're way off the mark, and we don't have a centralized voice of action. What we have are multiple central voices of outrage, and that's just ignorant. That's why I go off into these abstract topics sometimes, like what you saw tonight. There's much more that humanity can do and will do, but there's so few people that even look at it or even consider it or think about it. But who knows? Who knows how long we'll exist or how long we won't exist? Nobody knows. And that's really the crux of it all. But while we're here on this godforsaken earth, you would think that humanity would realize all of history has been changed by masses of people standing up and demanding something, either by the pitchfork or the sword or by the gun. And we have an infinite capacity now to stand up and speak for something without any use of any violence at all. And it's with the internet. It's just amazing that even revolutionaries, although the radical ones, the bad ones, seem to use these communication systems to their advantage. It seems that good people with good intentions and good hearts have nobody to lead them or at least show them the value of this ability to communicate. You know, and then the availability of the communication is you're always boxed into the topics of the day. And that's, I don't know how it can be fixed, or, you know, maybe it'll fix itself. It's absolutely insane. Hey, I think I should go to Sweden. Let's see, what do we got here? I'm looking for some quantum physics. There it is. Quantum mechanics explained in very simple terms. How long is this thing? If it's a very, very short video, it might be worth paying attention to some of it. Let's see. 7-minute video. All right. Here you go, folks. This might bore everybody. I don't think so, though, but it might.
The stereo is either on or off. A cat is either a dead or alive, one state or the other. There is no middle ground or a combination of states. However, the same can't be said about the world on the most fundamental level, on the scale of the most basic particles we're made of. On that scale, a particle doesn't exist in one state or the other, but in a number of states all at once. Like Schrödinger explained, a cat of the fundamental world would not be either dead or alive. It would exist between the two states, both dead and alive. This he called superposition, where a particle exists in a combination of states. Strange, right? But this is the strange realm called the quantum world, ruled by quantum physics. It has become quite a popular subject in recent years, and the bulk of credit goes to science fiction. The theories of alternate universes and time travel are certainly keeping us entertained, but what exactly is this subject that is feeding the world of sci-fi with so much great content? What is quantum physics? Quantum is a Latin word that literally means how much, but it is used for talking about the minimum amount of some physical entity. Aptly, we use it to represent the most elementary particles that are the basics or the minimum of this very big world. So, quantum physics deals with the foundation of our world, the electrons in an atom, the protons inside the nucleus, and the quarks that build those protons, as well as the photons that we perceive as light. These constitute everything that we are made of, both matter and energy. That sounds pretty simple, right? So how is this any different from regular physics? The regular physics is the physics that deal with Newton's laws of motion and its related mechanics. This is more formally called classical physics. This is the physics of our day-to-day lives, the rolling of balls, the rotation of the earth, and the mechanics of engines. However, if classical physics is so wide-ranging, why was it insufficient? We must go back in time to the 1900s to witness the birth of quantum physics. This was a time when scientists were still unable to understand the observations of the photoelectric effect. Simply put, the photoelectric effect is a phenomenon in which light hits metal, resulting in the knocking off of electrons. According to normal physics, the electrons should start escaping the metal when the brightness of the light exceeds a sufficient limit. Yet, in reality, it was the color of light that determined whether electrons would be emitted or not. This was when Albert Einstein turned to Max Planck's equation. Planck's equation stated that light waves carry energy in small packets called quanta. This explained how each color of light had a specific amount of energy associated with its wavelength. This energy, in turn, was responsible for the electrons getting knocked off. Einstein used Planck's equation to propose that light not only acts as a wave, but also as a particle later named photon. Since then, physicists realized that regular physics simply wasn't sufficient to understand the microscopic world. They termed this regular physics classical physics, a physics of the past, and another branch of physics dealing with the fundamental world as quantum physics. This world is therefore now called the quantum world. Let's be honest, our brains are made for this macroscopic world, where they can understand the running of a car on a road or the mechanics of a pen, but they are unable to initially understand the quantum world. For instance, imagine you're standing in front of a massive wall and want to reach the other side. This wall is surrounded by deadly alligators, so your only options are either climbing it or making a hole through it. However, if you don't have energy enough to do either, you won't be able to reach the other side, right? Well, that's how the macroscopic world works. But in the quantum world, a particle can still go through such an energy barrier without sufficient energy. This ability is called quantum tunneling. This phenomenon is responsible for the nuclear fusion that fuels the energy production of stars. As complicated as quantum mechanics may seem to some, it gets special love from popular culture. You may often see the dramatization of unusual quantum phenomena depicted in our macroscopic world through movies and TV shows. Take, for instance, the Marvel Universe. Marvel movies are famous for their heavy use of quantum physics, at least the words, if not the actual physics. Even though most of it is fiction being labeled as quantum physics, there are some scenes that are based on theoretical concepts. One of these is the multiple realities of Doctor Strange. First, let's understand the quantum physics on which it is based. This subject deals with particles in terms of probabilities. For instance, while talking about the position of an electron, a physicist might say the electron is most likely to exist in this range of lengths, say between 1 to 3 units. However, the same thing can be interpreted as electrons existing in different realities at different positions in the possible range. So it can exist at 2 units in one reality, while at 3 in another reality, or any other possible number between its most probable range. In short, there are many realities covering each possible position of the particle. See, mathematics and its implications again. A massive magnification of this concept is what we see in Doctor Strange's multiple realities. Each possibility of a reality is a separate universe in itself, allowing there to be multiple universes. Another very famous use of this concept is in the beloved movie Endgame, specifically its idea of time travel. The movie understands that if we change the past, the future will also be changed. So, if they all go back in time and kill Thanos, who will bring about the apocalypse, and why would someone travel back in time to kill him? This issue is called the grandfather paradox. A solution to this paradox was given by David Deutsch. Yes, that David Deutsch mentioned by Tony Stark in the movie. Deutsch said that the only way to remove this paradox is if we talk about the events in terms of probabilities in the same way we talk about particles. In other words, changing the past only has a certain probability of happening. That means that they might not even be able to kill Thanos in the past, probabilistically speaking. To sidestep this paradox, the clever thing they did was go back and bring all the Infinity Stones back to before they were destroyed. Returning them to the same time would avoid any change due to the missing stones. One must admit that it was indeed a clever fix. Quantum physics has certainly fed a lot of fiction to the general masses, but it has also become a necessary area of knowledge. It has assimilated itself into other domains of science and is still expanding. For instance, quantum computers are aimed at doing tasks that are too complex for a classical computer to perform. There is heavy focus on building a better communication system using quantum physics for better safety and privacy. Energy production via a nuclear reactor is only possible due to the study of nuclear fission via quantum physics. It is also deeply ingrained into the subject of astrophysics. After all, the best way to answer the questions of the universe is if we understand its most basic building blocks. Regardless of whether we fully understand the subject or not, it is certainly growing in importance. With more talk of quantum physics to come, it is safe to say that it will soon become an integral part of our lives.
The past 3 years for anyone who left.
Wait, hold on. Shut up. There you go. I'm in the 1%, huh? I didn't know that. And trying to understand that, yep. I don't think time exists. I think time is nonsense and it shouldn't be intertwined with space. However, time and space are relative in that from our capacity to view the world and interact with it, on that basis, then time and space does have its place in our world. But on this grand scale of the universe, time is not part of the universe. Time, I think, is intertwined with space by Einstein as a relative way to understand or try to interpret what you're seeing. That's what I think. It is a construct of humanity. It's like a measuring tape. And in that sense, time exists in our minds. I don't think there's a clock that regulates the sun. Can you measure the sun with time? Sure you can. But does that mean time it's part of our reality, but is it a part of the galaxy, the universe? I don't think so. So it's relative to what we are, who we are, how we are, and how we can interpret or view or understand things. And that in that sense, it is relative. And that's what the theory of relativity is all about. Things that are the point from where you're the observer. The observer from this point or that point can observe is relative based on the points that they're observing it from. And that's where I also think that time, it's just a measuring tool that works for us as humans. I'm not so sure that it applies anywhere outside of the solar system now. Yeah, I agree, Van Scott. Relativity is about us, humanity, and what our perceptions or our understandings of our observations are going to be. But the idea with quantum mechanics goes even beyond that. And it shows that if you were to place a human being somewhere else in the universe, okay, what we would observe and what we would be able to interact with is going to be based on our perceptions of what reality is. And so, I don't, it's hard. It's kind of a mind-boggling thing to think about. And I've gotten caught in loops of trying to think things through. And as you can probably imagine, I mean, I'm probably as crazy as Tommy Jude and the others I throw under the bus, but I have an orthodox kind of fucking legitimate point of view or understanding I'm seeking. These guys are just looking for clicks or I don't know, to relieve their fucking mental illness. I don't know what they're doing, but they're very successful at it. So I guess you can give them that. Van Savant, where the hell have you been? Right. We don't know what exists outside of our existence. Well, I appreciate that, Heidi, but who knows? I'm not saying the earth is flat, but it definitely doesn't curve at a rate of 6 feet per mile. It's so elementary. I don't even know who said it did exist. It's curve at 6 feet per mile. I don't know. I never heard of that before. Or who said that? I do know that every hour we move 15 degrees in a rotationally we move 15 degrees. You're right. Without us, it really doesn't matter. Yeah. Without us, that's a big important point. Us. I don't believe, and I think that's the quagmire of it all. Yeah. No, I don't really believe much there, Carl. I think I can observe, and I can then come to a conclusion that we move 15 degrees every hour. Right? Every hour, 24 hours. You move a full 360 degrees. And that's consistent with what we see for night and day. And our axis, the tilt, the seasonal changes that we get based on the tilt of this geoid that we're on. That's supportable by actual observation. Climate, different parts of the world at different times. Warmer here and colder down south at times of the year than it's right now, probably 25 below zero there, and instead of 75 below zero during the fucking winter. Yeah. So there are observations, Carl, that contradict everything that's being said about a flat Earth. A small snort of fine Kentucky bourbon. Well, you want to do that, Jack Daniels? Oh no, that's Tennessee. Who makes Kentucky bourbon? What's the name of it? Isn't Jack Daniels is Tennessee? Yeah. So who's the Kentucky bourbon? Who makes the Kentucky bourbon there? Van? He's probably a minivan at best. Well, Miss Q, we're flat according to Carl and the flat earthers. We live in a snow globe type of existence. And I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. He's not answering, Van. Why don't you tell us what whiskey you're drinking? Bourbon, whiskey, bourbon, same shit, different name, different shit, different names. I don't know. I thought bourbon was just another word for whiskey. But anyway, I don't think I've ever had bourbon. What's the name of bourbon that's a Kentucky bourbon? I ask simple questions and I don't get any answers. It's kind of crazy. Van, I gotta look it up. Oh, there's a lot. Eagle Rare, Bourbon, Woodford. Huh. I don't know. Kentucky Owl Bourbon. I don't know. Jim Beam. Sorry. Maker's Mark. Okay. There you go. Maker's Mark. And they got that individually waxed cap. Knob Creek. Is that from Kentucky? Is Jim Beam from Kentucky? Truth Seeker? I don't know. I have no freaking idea. Could be. It might be. All right. See, I don't know the location. I'm not a drinker. I'm definitely not a drinker. Yeah, scotch. I don't think I've ever had scotch. I had the one alcohol that I loved because I'm a child at heart. Was that stuff that tastes like fucking that hard candy, that Fireball candy. I think that's the name of the liquor, Fireball. I don't know what it is, man, but it tastes like that candy that burns your mouth. I forget what the hell that's called. I love that stuff. And I didn't drink. I loved it so much I stayed away from it because it was sweet and it was. I never really liked like whiskey or beer. I never really understood the taste for beer. I'd rather have Kool-Aid than I would beer, or a root beer. Fireball is it? It is Fireball. That's what it's called, right? Yeah. I don't know anything about bourbons either. I just was never really into alcohol. I think the main reason I wasn't into alcohol, and back in the day why I liked marijuana, was because I didn't lose my ability to reason or my ability to do things with marijuana like you do with alcohol. I didn't like the effect alcohol had on me. I didn't feel better or more confident or tougher. I just never enjoyed the effect. So, but again, I'm sure I'm not the only one. Yeah, I'd rather have a pop than alcohol. Alcohol. I just don't like how you could lose your balance and yeah, I didn't like that at all. And it doesn't take that many drinks. That's the other thing. I mean, if I drank 16 ounces of apple juice during this stream so far. Yeah, you throw up. Yeah. That's disgusting. That's just fucking terribly disgusting. But something a lot of people in here probably know, many people may not know, is that without beer, humanity would have died out. We would have died out. Humanity wouldn't have survived without beer. Without the distillation process and the alcohol mixed with water, we would have been dead a long time ago. It keeps, you can store it. Nothing in it is going to live. So bacteria and any kind of disease that could be transmitted by water. I mean, alcohol It allowed humanity to thrive in situations where it probably would have died out. Yeah, I agree. Twizzlestick is in here. The phone guy, the cell tower guy, the Cy Ray, the boyfriend of Cy Ray, I think. The guy that never can call in unless, he's on someone else's show. Dickhead. Yeah. What's up there, Twizzlestick? Carl, get the hell out of here for the night. Beer is the proof that God loves us. Yeah, I'm surprised Twiz is in here. Yeah. What are you doing, Twiz? Speak up. Say something. I won't even put the link out there because you ain't going to use it anyway. I haven't been on a show in months. I see you in people's chat rooms every fucking day. You're all over the place, bro. Whose chat room were you in the other day? Somebody going over the phones. I forget. Room temperature beer back then. Yeah, chat room. So what's the new word of the day on the Brian Koberger case? Do you think he's going to get a Frank's hearing there, Twizzler? I think he does. I think Judge Hippler's got little choice but to give a Frank's hearing. What do you think, Twiz? Billy Bear. Jimmy Carter's brother. I hope they have a Frank's hearing, and I hope the Frank's hearing puts this case to sleep, because these police operated in a way, and the prosecution, the state, unbelievable. Not in the interest of the victims at all. That's just filthy what those folks have done over there in Idaho. Filthy. Why do I'm just, and that's what I'm saying. These true crime, these people that these, I don't want to get into it. There's a bunch of fucking lunatics out here. I guess I'm a lunatic too. I mean, why not? I just don't want to be sitting in the same benches as Bubbly Waters and fucking Tommy Jude and the other fucking conundrums like that. Yeah, the FBI. Well, Ann Taylor brought that up, that she couldn't identify Brian Koberger in a photo. Twiz. See, that's why you should call in, because you got some stuff that would be interesting to talk about. But, it is what it is. Yep, Gray Pearl, good night. Thanks for calling in, Gray Pearl, or coming up. Yeah. So what else we got? What do you think there, Twiz? Come on. Stay. It's hard to talk to a chat room where you're flopping around with all these good nights, goodbyes, good hello. Cut it out, Twiz. Ann Taylor said she was shown. Is the human brain like a computer, knowing a human is more powerful? Maybe. I think he's got a rule in favor. Right? The Frank's hearing is he's got a rule. Yeah, I think he's kind of compelled to. He's in trouble here. He's not in trouble, but I think the prosecution's in big trouble. Rummaging around in all these people's fucking DNA samples without a warrant. It isn't Brian Koberger's Fourth Amendment right. They busted the Constitution when they did that. Yeah, it seems like there will be a Frank's hearing next week. Yeah, 4 subpoenas were sent out. I don't know if that's indicative that there'll be a Frank's hearing, but I suspect that it's going to be hard for him to argue against a Frank's hearing, because on appeal they'll tear his ass up. You're right, Thomas. It's rare, but that really, I mean, that's what I mean. They poison the public with statements like that. It's rare. That doesn't mean that it's that rareness has any basis in being in this observation, right? They lied about the car. They lied about the phone pings. They knew they were lying. They painted a picture of this guy being at that house. They knew it wasn't true. They then took a sample of what they claimed to be DNA in a knife sheath and couldn't identify it, and then sent it to the FBI for the sole purpose of the FBI of going around the backs of everybody, tiptoeing around in the dark, going into people's homes, basically. So, Yeah. I think that sadly he's confused on the Fourth Amendment argument that Ann Taylor is making. My one problem with Hitler is he's allowing the prosecution to frame her argument that the DNA on the knife sheath is protected by Kohberger's Fourth Amendment. And the fact that he said that out loud, and the fact that the prosecution made that argument right after that statement by the court, shows me that he's either intentionally and willfully ignorant, okay, or he's an idiot. She's not arguing the sampling of the DNA in the sheath was unconstitutional. The sending it to a lab was unconstitutional. She's saying that all of that's perfectly fine. But once they couldn't identify it through normal channels, that then it would require a warrant, just as the guidelines in the Department of Justice instruct. And not only would it require a warrant, but it would require every bit of work and research, every person's name, everything that they did to be documented and held in a safe, kept safely, to be turned over to the prosecution to be used in court. But what they did is they tried to use the FBI's work as a tip, which in all fairness to the FBI, their handling of that DNA was being handled as if it were a tip. By going through the back doors, by telling them, don't use us in court. That tip was supposed to then be taken by Idaho, and a legitimate, factual, supportable, evidentiary-based analysis then needed to be combined to include or exclude the identity of that sample, and they never did that. It's real simple what they did here. I think he'll be fine, too. I think BK is going to, hopefully before he fucking whittles down to 50 pounds. He looks like he's lost a lot of weight since he's been transferred from one jail to the other, right? He's been transferred to the new location for court. Is that correct, Twiz? He's no longer in the same prison, same jail? I don't know. I haven't heard that. I'm just guessing that based on the condition he looks to be in. He looked much healthier when he was going to court up there. He might be out next weekend. Hopefully. Yeah, so I think he was better off in the jail that he was in. And in all fairness, I even think that she might have had a better argument, and she may have been better keeping it in that town. And I think she may have been better keeping it in that town. Like I disagree now that she moved it, just like I disagree now they tore the house down. Sometimes hindsight is 20/20, and I think that I'm suffering from that in a couple of these moves that have happened. Right, and I think the town of Moscow needs to show just how fucked up their police department is. I don't think the people in Moscow could deny it. And they did the same thing to that doctor. They got the same police involved in this case they had with the doctors. As a matter of fact, the guy that did the doctor that put down this big fucking video and phone ping story is the same guy. Correct me if I'm wrong, Twiz. He's the same guy that did the same story in the Brian Kohberger case. Isn't that accurate, Twiz? I mean, and if that's accurate, then, it wouldn't be that hard to convince the public of that town that the people that work for you are inept and dangerous. They're dangerous to the health and safety of your fucking children. I hope so. He really disturbed me when he started telling Ann that arguing with Ann on an argument Ann never made. Ann never indicated that the DNA on that sheath had constitutional protections. Ann never made that argument. That really blew me out of the water when he came up with that. That's not what she's having an issue with. So I don't know if he's way better, because that judge right now I think she'd have been better off with Judge Judge. Judge says that in the state, maybe this will be part. And this, let me say something else. Who put that video out? Was it Lana? Did you see that video where Cracker Claus? The minute what did that woman bring up? And Cracker Claus was like, oh no. And he fucking put his hand over his face. What was in that? What the hell happened in Lana's stream where she showed Cracker Claus was losing his mind? That Jennings brought something up. Jennings brought up something in the court, and it blew him out of the water. He was like, holy fuck. Oh, the timing of something. Wasn't it the timing of something? Twiz, I know you were in that stream. Lana's stream. One of yous were. But she did. It was quite telling the way Cracker Claus responded to Jennings' question. I should have saved that, but I didn't. What the fuck did she say? No, I think Judge had something that this judge doesn't have. Yeah, check real quick. Thanks, Twit. Judge made it clear, and he forced the prosecution to make it clear that the identification of Brian Koberger does not come from the DNA or the IgG, that's not how they identified him. And in fact, that is the only way they identified him. And that prosecutor, Bill Thompson, said in court 3 separate times that wasn't how they identified Brian Koberger. Matter of fact, Koberger, take care there, Van. Be good. What was I going to say? Oh, Koberger was identified in November. And what's his name was on the stand. He was looked at and discounted. In other words, he was looked at and excluded. He wasn't considered a suspect in the first look that they had on him. But then once they got the DNA statement of identity, they went and re-looked at that information, and then they crafted it in their PCA to give the look that Koberger was in the area around that house. That's what I think this whole case is fucked up because of the arrest warrant. I think there should never have been an arrest warrant issued on him. I think what they should have done is they should have written or had ready an arrest warrant and issued and put a grand jury in place, and then got warrants issued to search his car, warrants issued to search this or that. Even bring him in and hold him for up to 72 hours or 24 hours or whatever the time limit is and question him. Ask him for a voluntary sample. Discuss with him where he was, who he knows. I think that's the part of the investigation that was never done. They simply took sensor information and manipulated its definition. So if the sensor said he was at part A, they decided the sensor said he was in part B. And that's where they fucked this guy. Because of transfer DNA on a button. Which it's just tragic, man. And in all fairness to the cops, I'm going to say this to you folks too. There's a reason why the transfer DNA got treated the way it did and the blood didn't. And as I understand it, because the transfer DNA was found on what they supposed to be the sheath that belonged to the murder weapon, that's what gave them how. That's the question. Now I remember it right. Because the sales email was known. Cracker Claus flipped out. What was the timeline variance in that? It was like they knew about the sales email when they shouldn't have known about it. Is that true? Is that what you're saying? What she was trying to point out? Not you, but what was she saying about that email? What made that email make that guy almost fucking run out of the courtroom? I lost my thought there on the other thing. It'll come back to me though, I'm sure. Didn't Payne have the wrong email? No, but he had known that Brian Koberger had an email address at DeSales College, which was the college that he had come from Pennsylvania. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. It wasn't that long of a little thing, and don't worry about it. But anyway, there's just so much fucked up in that case by the prosecution that it's stunning they even arrested this guy. Okay. I thought it had to do also with timing. And how they came to know that DeSalle Elm email address and the DNA and the sequencing of how they laid the events out. How that DeSalle email would contradict their argument of how they laid out the events of looking into Brian Koberger. So I don't know. You're right. I'd have to watch it too. Do you remember the title of that video that she had? If you could just type out the title of that video, that way I'll have it and I'll watch it myself. I'll skim through it again. Yeah, so there's just a lot of I don't even know. Hey, let me ask you this, because I wanted to ask you this too. And it just dawned on me. The point in the hearing, thank you so much, Twiz. You didn't have to give me a link, but that's even better. Open a new tab and I'll save it for later. The point in the hearing where the discussion of the amount of cell towers came up, where the prosecution stated 3 cell towers and the judge jumped all over her. What was going on with that? Explain that while she's saying, why was that prosecution at Judge Hippert talking about the third tower, and Ann saying there's 2 towers. There's 2 towers in Moscow. Okay. All right. So what's the point being made here? Yeah. No, he'll tell us. So they relied only on 2 cell towers to. Yes, okay. And so let me just button up what I'll close my thinking. They relied on 2 cell towers because the accuracy of those towers is going to be not quite as accurate as 3 cell towers could be. But they relied on the 2 cell towers to give them fudge room. They gave them a little room for error when they say that he connected to the cell tower in their area. So they're keeping their analysis based on those 2 cell towers, knowing that the 3rd cell tower, okay, the 3rd cell tower would actually either close the loop on location or help narrow down the location, and they kept it out. And or that 3rd tower would have put him in places that were nowhere near the house. Yeah, exactly, Twiz. And here's the other thing they did, folks. And this is a good example of why. Now I understand why. Why did they come back and say that it appeared Brian Koberger, or that Brian Koberger's phone pinged in Moscow at 9:30 on a particular day, and they're now saying, or they then went on to say that we later discovered that had nothing to do with. In other words, that wasn't accurate. That wasn't his location. And I suspect that they put that in there because in all your applications for warrants, when you're trying to get a probable cause warrant, okay, a probable cause warrant is supposed to include all of the positives that implicate the person and the negatives that give the person or that might give somebody a reasonable doubt to the implication. So I think that was one of the reasons they put that little story in there about him connecting the following day, but they found out that wasn't accurate. In an attempt to show the judge that they were being open and transparent, that was included in their information. Jennings said 3 provide coverage to Moscow, which is true. It's just that 3rd tower is south of Moscow. Isn't that right, Twiz? Technically, there are 5 that provide coverage to Moscow. Right. But, okay. So, what do you think? Twiz, since you've gone with all this cell tower shit, do you think that Brian Koberger can be placed in areas that have nothing to do with the crime scene during the time of the crime? Because Ann mentioned you could tell his direction of travel and his location based on the handoffs from tower to tower. Is she saying that information will show Koberger couldn't have been at the house? He should be out of cell coverage at the park and on the way to. Okay. So let me ask you, Twist. You lived out that way. If you leave the Steptoe Apartments and drive towards that park, yeah, I agree there with Musical Contessa. Is there, when he left his apartment at 2:42 or 2:44 a.m., and then his phone went off the network at 2:48 a.m., is that correct? Or 2:52 a.m.? If you've driven that way, if you've been up there, Twiz, is cell coverage interrupted? Is cell coverage an issue for the Moscow Towers? The two that they're referring to? Was his phone handed off to another tower? Twizzle stick? I agree there, Thomas. That's what I'm trying to understand. They're saying the two cell phone towers, but I think what Ann is trying to say is that cell phone towers that connected that actually service Moscow or parts of it, he was handed off to from the Moscow Towers. And therefore, you could tell by the handoff the direction he was traveling, which was not in the direction of the crime scene. And I'm wondering if Twizzle knows if there's dead areas when you leave Brian's home. There is a tower exchange right around 2:53 when he's on camera, and 2:54 when his last ping is. But let me just ask you, his last ping on that tower, right, at 2:54 it shows him going at the opposite direction, but then does his phone then get picked up by a tower that the cops didn't include? That's what I'm trying to understand. So at 2:54 he's not reporting to the towers. They say he's off the air, he turned off his phone. But couldn't that also mean that another tower south of Moscow picked up his phone and he never turned his phone off at all? How fucking stupid was Mr. Koberger didn't do anything stupid. So go back to that question, Twiz. When his phone stopped reporting to the network, does that mean his phone transferred to another tower that was not included in the Moscow towers that the prosecution keeps using? Good night there, Heidi. That's what I'm trying to understand. Because that would then be another fucking lie by the cops. Their argument that he turned off his phone or he disconnected from the network. If he would have come out of range of Tower A and Tower B, but his phone was picked up south of Moscow at 2:55 or 2:54 and 30 seconds on Tower C, and they didn't look at Tower C, I don't think so, because she said his phone stopped, but stops reporting to what? Those two towers in Moscow, or stops reporting? See, that's kind of a question I don't understand it completely. I think Thomas understands the point that I'm making. I think if he was using data or something, but no, here's what I'm trying to say. So there's a tower down the street from me. It covers a 10-mile radius in a circle. And inside of that circle, there's another tower that then goes 10 miles outside of this tower. And then there's another tower. And right? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is that possible based on what we've been hearing? That the two towers that they were paying attention to that service the crime scene, he stopped reporting to that network. His phone was either turned off or disconnected or disconnected from the network. See, that's what I mean. It's in that word. Not only is it possible, that's what happened. Okay, see that, folks? Once again, for the 70 viewers out there, you ain't pulling the wool over Sergeant Friday's eyes. Thanks, Twiz. So that's what they're saying. These fucking lying pieces of shit. This is your law enforcement in action. Right, and that's the I came to this question to Twiz because when you listen to the hearing and you listen to what's being said, okay, yep, they are lying pieces of shit. These prosecutors, man, these cops. I hope Ann bitch stomps them. Okay, and so the hand. Oh, see, these little fucking dirty, filthy mother. Right, Glant. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Brian Koberger told the truth. Brian Koberger. And for anybody that wants to get stuck on, what about his DNA? What about his DNA? That's a paper asshole question. What about that's a question that you aren't going to get, you shouldn't have an answer to, and you're not going to get an answer to, and isn't relevant because you can't place Brian Koberger at the scene of the crime. Conversely, you can place Brian Koberger explicitly not at the scene of the crime during the argument of the time they're making. You can show that he wasn't there, and they knew that, and they didn't fucking account for that. Exactly. I've been saying that the whole time, but now I'm glad that through watching these hearings and I've had a chance, to at least get you in my chat room. I can never get you up on panel, or I can't get you on the fucking phone. I can't even get you on Discord. Man, I'm going to fly to Idaho and give you a good crack in the back. Your mother owes you a few cracks in the back of the heads for respecting your elders. Twiz. Oh, stick. Unbelievable. I even gave him I'll take your moderation away from me. God damn it. Yeah. Okay, so that's cool. Sometimes I think I understand things, or I think that I have an understanding of what I'm hearing, and and I need to vet that out with other people. I know you studied those cell towers big time. I know you literally studied those cell towers, their location, and I know you talked with Cy Ray, and I'm sure he didn't give you everything. But of all the people out here, I think you spent more time with the cell tower data than anybody. Why? Maybe I can meet the famous Pavarotti. Fucking guy. Pava fucking crackhead is what he is. Don't go to Idaho, Sarge. Don't go. Yeah, I think any reasonable-minded person that watches what's been happening here, I don't even suggest that makes. I said everything Ann is arguing today. I said that back in February 2023. I said preliminary hearing is going to be destroyed. The PCA is full of ideas and conspiracy theories. There's no factual data in that PCA to place Brian at that crime scene. None. Zero. If anything, it's exculpatory to Brian's benefit. My law enforcement years of experience, criminals turn their phones off to match their location from law enforcement. Yeah. Except Brian ain't a criminal, you sick bastard. You fucked up cop. Brian Koberger is a fucking student on forensics. When the cell data all comes out, people's head will explode. And look at it's an obligation of the investigating department to check all of the information that's being talked about here. You know? Listen, I even think that again, that crime scene tells a story that has nothing to do with Bryan Kohberger. That it just doesn't seem sensible. And you know, somebody else who was a stream, and I should have saved the guy's name. He you know, like he had an epiphany. You're right. Nothing can place Bryan Kohberger at the scene of that crime. Everything can place him everywhere except. And the only thing that they have to suggest he did anything is DNA. But then all the information that sample that they tell you they derived from a microscopic piece of fucking dust, they derived his identity. And all of the work done to do that has been destroyed, thrown away, not saved, and unfucking duplicatable. And therefore, you should shoot this guy in a firing squad. That's just tragic, man. If they say they never ate them, yet law enforcement says those two girls were fast asleep in Maddie's room. You know, apparently not. Because what is it, Kaylee? Fought like an animal, according to her father. If you could take that to be true, I don't know. His father is, you know, one of the parents, Steve. He's made a lot of statements, and I don't understand the parents in light of all of these hearings and all of the arguments and all of the misrepresentations the state has made about the information that they possess. That's why there's an argument for a Frank's hearing. Your information is clear. It shows Brian wasn't at that house. And then you took that information and you weaved the fucking web. You weaved the story to explain the DNA in the house. Instead of taking the DNA that you yourself know wasn't identifiable by any normal modern means of science, including a premier lab in Texas. And then you sent it to the FBI. And they then did something with it that they did not fucking document. So the name that you get from the FBI is just unreliable. It's just shocking. And how many Americans don't have the fucking brain cells to understand that all of this matters? If you're going to accuse an American citizen of any crime, you have to have documentable, verifiable, scientifically provable pieces of data. Otherwise, you know, it's not a case. So the question is, you can't answer. It's an unanswerable question. Why did they pick him? Who was found passed out? Well, you know what? There was something that came out the other day that confirmed what I had said. That the call for the passed out wasn't one of the dead victims, it was one of the survivors that passed out, that fainted. Every single transfer DNA case that's been overturned has been overturned because there was crime scene DNA that was unidentified in the crime scene. Every single transfer DNA case conviction is overturned by that. Imagine a glove out back with blood on it, but not Brian's DNA. I mean, on the night of a quadruple homicide, do you think the fucking glove fell off the foot of an owl? Where'd the fucking glove come from out there? Blood on a fucking railing leading to the third floor. How did blood get on that fucking railing if not from some? And it wasn't the victim's blood. It was an unidentified male DNA. You mean those two samples? We still don't know where the third one was. Okay? We don't know where the third DNA is. So Ann said DNA C and B and D were found on one on a handrail and one on a glove on outside the sliding glass doors. Blood. Where's C? We know A is Kohberger, based on what they're trying to convince us of. Where's the sample C? Is it on the fucking victim? Is it on one of the victims? as Steve has said himself, that DNA was found on the fucking pant leg or the sleeve of one of the victims? Is that where the third piece of DNA is going to be found? I remember people getting all over me when I came out, when they notified us that there were 3 DNAs at the scene. And I said that those 3 DNAs had to be a part of the crime scene or they wouldn't have fucking sampled them. They weren't going to sample the washer and fucking dryer in the basement. They were only going to sample areas that were consistent with areas that would be connected to the crime itself. And that can't be going out on the roof. Okay? The glove with male DNA on it. Do you think that, you think that was just there all winter? Unbelievable. I'm going to go back and say something that I know a lot of people don't like. But I think this all goes all the way back to the Brent Kopacka. I think that there's a connection between Brent Kopacka and this, whether people like it or not. Because in the end, there is a connection between Brian Koberger and Brent Kopacka. Now, there's 72 of you in here, and a lot of you have followed the Idaho 4. Does anybody know what the connection between Brent Kopacka and Brian Koberger are? Because it's been right in front of our faces the whole time. Can anybody suggest what that connection is? Twiz, you're a smart guy. What connection is there between Brent Kopacka and Brian Koberger? I could show everybody a fucking direct connection. If you got 2 brain cells that still work. Do you know what the connection is? You guys just don't know you know it. But you fucking knew it. You knew it the whole time. Does anybody know? Nope. No, this is an actual fact. Someone's close. I'm not going to say who. It's an actual fact that both of these individuals are connected. And I'm going to have to surrender here and give Grant a little clap on the fucking back. The SWAT teams. The swatting is the connection. The way these suspects were approached and dealt with is the connection. The result in the Kopacka case was murder. Okay? And the result in the fucking Koberger case was he surrendered and didn't get shot and killed by a sniper. But if that would have happened in fucking Idaho or Washington, that kid would be dead right now. Brent Kopacka and Brian Kopacka shared the exact same experience on the law enforcement fucking interaction with them. Exactly the same. Fucking exactly the same. The confidential informant is the FBI. That's one confidential informant. If there is another confidential informant, we don't know. I'm just telling you, folks, that can't be a coincidence when these 2 gentlemen, and Brent Kopacka, for what reason would they have snipers fucking on him? He wasn't threatening anybody with a gun. He was said to have had a gun, apparently, by a roommate or a friend or somebody. But to my understanding, he wasn't pointing his gun out the window or threatening to shoot anybody. Okay? Yeah, surely. I think there's a lot of misinformation, a lot of information that's been overcompensated for, and people are running with it to make an explanation to support guilt or innocence. That's true, Janet. They were both fucking swatted. I'm not saying that the Brent Kopacka and Brian Koberger had any personal connection. What I am saying is the way both of these people were treated by law enforcement were identical. That may be true. That may not be true, Twist. But I find it rather egregious that they did what they did to apprehend Koberger. Why were they doing that to him, to Kopacka? Yeah. People need to get their asses out of their heads. Unfortunately, their ass and their head are connected by a direct lie. And there could be more than one, but Ann Taylor said the DNA was the confidential informant in the hearing. Where did she say that? I didn't catch that. So one of the three, there were 4 DNAs collected. You're saying one of them is from a confidential informant? I didn't hear that before. Who said that? It was Twizzlestick. Where did you hear that? The IGG was a confidential informant. All right, well, that's not what you said up there. I got to talk to your mom. She needs to really wind up and give you an old crackaroo in the back. That's what our Italian mothers did to us to straighten us up. Well, no, but legally speaking, a confidential informant could be an agent or a contractor of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The IGG work is a tip. That tip is considered, okay, and protected as an informant would be. We're not even supposed to know the FBI was involved in this. We're not supposed to know any of that, folks. That the Idaho police fucked up in one of their warrant applications. Okay? They fucked up in the warrant application. This wasn't even supposed to be out there. Now, it wasn't that they didn't count on us paying attention. The FBI themselves didn't want to be involved in any of this. If I'm not mistaken, the FBI excluded Brian Koberger when they did an investigation into Brian Koberger's potential stalking, because that stalking would be crossing state lines. He lives in Washington. They lived in Idaho. So if Brian Koberger is going from Washington to Idaho to stalk these young girls, that could be considered a federal offense that deserves a federal grand jury. And they found no connection between Brian Koberger and the victims, and that he was not stalking. Yeah, I know. Thank God we got Trump in there and we got that Bondi in there. That woman's almost 60 years old and she's banging, man. She's fucking hot. I think she's 59. And she's not she's an awesome lawyer. Yes. Yep. Yes, sir. Yeah, Twiz, go ahead. I don't know why you don't come into the fucking talk. Jesus Christ, Twiz. You're in here for hours sometimes. I mean, I'd love to hear your theory too. I wouldn't interrupt you. I would turn off my microphone and let you tell us your theory on the only based on factual evidence. I don't want you to come in here and say who you think did it. It's what is that a shape of? I can't tell. I better go to YouTube and look. Musical contestant. Yeah, I think YouTube is behind. Is this on live? Nope, now it is. It's a bomb or something, I think. So, yeah, it's tragic, man, that our law enforcement behaves like this. It's seriously fucking tragic. There's just no way. There's no reason for it. I mean, how hard is it to be honest? That perplexes me beyond anything else. It's the one thing that it just shocks me. I got a friend that went and bought a refrigerator on Facebook Marketplace, and it worked one day, if even that, and died. And the person won't give her back her money. I know it's a used appliance, but you sold it in an excellent working condition, and that you're only selling it because you upgraded, and now all of that was a lie. I mean, that's just some fucking happy horseshit right there, man. People lie all the time, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. Let's hope the cops do get exposed, that the judge allows it to happen. Because for some reason, the cops and the lawyers, they all work together. You know, I'll tell you, this happened to me. Uh-oh, hang on. Wait, breaking news. Twizzlestick has joined the stream. Holy shit. I almost thought I was going to have to offer. I almost was going to offer up a blowjob to get him on here.
Oh shit! I can go back down.
All right, you tell us your rendition of this, and I'm gonna mute.
Rendition of what?
The info you have. What do you see? What do you think?
I think we're gonna get a Frank's next Thursday, and hopefully it'll set him free.
What do you think is the key to getting the Franks to set him free?
I don't know. It'll be interesting what they say about the DNA, but I don't think the DNA should really matter because the cell data should show that Brian wasn't there and could not be there.
Let me ask you, do you think, like I think, that Bill Thompson is the focus of the Franks hearing?
I don't know. I don't think there's really like a face for it. It's just that everything that they've said is bullshit.
No, but to get a Franks hearing, you have to show that it was intentional, that they knew better.
Well, it's either intentional or like I forget the word, but like disregard for the truth. So you could accidentally lie and still get a Franks.
Right, lie by omission.
Yeah.
Right, not an accidental lie. You just know that this information is contradictory to the point you're trying to make, so you keep it out. That's where Bill Thompson is guilty.
Yeah, something. I mean, they signed off on that shit and went ahead with the charges. I don't know if you could throw. I mean, who really wrote the PCA? We don't even know that now. It's just Payne signed on it.
Who presented the information to the grand jury?
Yeah. It's crazy.
That was Bill Thompson, I suspect, right?
Yeah, from what I've heard about grand juries, I think Bill Thompson would have to present it all.
Here's the other thing that makes me say Bill is part of the Franks problem, in that he's not in these hearings putting on the case. That girl is, and the other guy, and he's sitting at the table trying to contain himself.
Right.
So, normally a prosecutor, a lead prosecutor that's making a name for himself, is going to handle the case completely, and he's going to have the assistants with him. And in this case, it's the opposite. He's the prosecutor for that town. He's the elected official, or the grand poobah, and he's letting these other people come up. And she said something about the cell towers. He almost lost his mind. And then that other issue, and I forget what was it? You want
the email?
Yeah, he almost lost his mind on that. Those aren't mistakes he would have made, but I think that he's sitting it out because Ann is questioning him, and she's putting him into that Franks hearing is violating whatever rules that need to be violated to make him a party to the hearing.
Yeah, I don't know.
I had a divorce.
It's all fucked up to me. Like, I just think it's all bullshit. So.
Yeah, but it's important bullshit in the scope of how our justice system is operating.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
That's why I don't understand why more people aren't upset about this, because to me, I think they could frame anybody in America like they're doing to this kid.
Well,
that's the issue.
You don't even got to like President Trump to read these charges. Like in my state of New York, where he was convicted on these so-called 34 felonies. Do you know that every charge arose from a misdemeanor that had gone way beyond the statute of limitations?
Yeah.
So if you rob a bank, there's a 7-year statute of limitations. They didn't, like Al Capone didn't get nailed for his crimes; he got nailed for tax evasion.
Right.
So after the 7 years, you can't get them for the bank robbery, but if they start spending the money and you could catch them, then you can get them for tax evasion. You see, because after 7 years, you can claim that money is found, or a gift, or a gambling winning, but you have to claim it to use it.
Right.
Okay. Now, in Trump's case, the arguments were already ruled upon, like the federal case was ruled upon and dismissed as not an offense. The Stormy Daniels case, there wasn't any action the government could take because an NDA is legal. And Trump never signed the NDA, and he didn't even set the NDA up. His lawyer did behind Trump's back. So he was cleared. But the state of New York decided that was a mismanagement of business records, which has a 7-year statute of limitations, right? And it was beyond that statute. So they went, and the legislator amended that law for just that case. The same thing with the woman that accused him of touching her. That happened 20-something years ago, way beyond the statute of limitations. And they, again, extended the statute of limitations in just his case.
Right.
So that they could charge Trump. Now, if that isn't government targeting somebody with ill intentions, I don't know what is. At that point, it's not even relevant whether he did it or not. The statute is run out. You should not have the capacity to extend the statute of limitations to fuck with somebody. So again, I'm not defending Trump's actions. I'm just saying the government is so corrupt, state by state, federally. I feel terrible for Brian Koberger, and he might have done it. I'm not arguing his innocence. Are you?
I mean, until I see something that shows he's guilty, then I kind of am, yeah.
I kind of expect him to be innocent until proven. The key word that I think may help a lot of people out there is reminding people you have to pay attention to the proof, not the innocence or guilt. The proof will tell you the answer.
Right.
And none of these guilters or innocent people, mainly the guilters, want to pay attention to the proof. They just believe he did it because of the DNA, and that's all they need to know.
Yep. But his
Yes.
DNA could be there, and he was never there. So,
And he's not obligated to explain how it got there, right?
no. No, it's crazy.
It is sad. You were on someone's stream. I saw you on a panel. Who was it though? But you were.
I
going
haven't been
over
on a panel in months, so
Really?
yeah.
Maybe it was I was looking for phone stuff and I was on someone's stream that because I really wanted to understand what I was hearing in that court, and you answered it earlier in the stream. That because they only use those 2 cell towers, that the other towers, if they prove his location is contradictive, they never use them in their accusations.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I mean, when they're talking about those towers in Moscow, they're talking about the 12 previous trips, which we don't really have a lot of information on.
Okay.
So I don't know what the issue is there. Maybe they left out the 3rd tower, but from what I see, if it is the Blaine Tower that they left out, which is what it sounds like, that tower covers all of Moscow. So he had to have connected to it. I don't know.
Well, that one in Lewiston, it travels all the way up to Moscow, but there's a dead zone because there's mountains there. You know, it's got that funny shape. It's like a triangle, but there's a block at a triangle that's not shown for coverage.
That website is done through drive testing. So sometimes the towers will show or not show where there's coverage because nobody either didn't drive test out there or they can't drive out there to test it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So that tower, it does look like it just points directly to Moscow, which that might be the only thing that it covers, but it also could cover something further, and we just don't know it.
Okay. Well, there's a blank spot down on the bottom by Lewiston. Instead of it being, a complete triangle with 3 sides, it's got 4 sides because it chops out a block of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
And
it
I'm
looks
thinking
weird.
that's because there's mountains there. There's hills there. That's what
It
looks
could
like.
be. It could be. I don't know.
And did Cy Ray say anything back then that makes what you saw in court stand out? When you watched that hearing?
Well, I mean, my theory on the cell stuff that Brian was never in Moscow that night, I've had since basically that hearing. So I've only gotten information that bolsters my argument, you know? But nothing really since then.
Call it your observation. It's your observations and what you can observe and conclude. I don't think it's an argument, really.
The thing that was good is when they said at 254 his phone was going in the opposite direction. Because I said that he took a right away from Moscow, which would be his normal route to go to the Wawawai Park. I said that shit in April without any evidence, and all that evidence does is back up what I said. So
Did you hear what Ann said when she said that there were 2 cars that left, 2 white sedans? One at 242, one at 242 that headed towards Moscow, and one at 244 that you could track going south because of Brian's phone, but they conveniently left out the other car.
Right. Well, in the PCA, they have Brian in 3 different locations at the same time.
Where? Tell us. It'll be. I know 2, but
I'd have to read it again. But there's it's a 242, 244 time. They don't even know when Brian left his apartment for one. But what Ann said in the hearing made a lot more sense because she said there's 2 cars on camera, and they don't clear it up to which one is Brian's. You know.
But she then said that you could tell because of the way the phones hand off, tower to tower, that he was heading south. I remember her making that statement that you can tell where Brian is. After she said the 2 cars, She goes, and you could decipher which car is Brian's because his car goes south, and it's connected to the phone. You could literally see the phone when it get handed off. So apparently the phone was handed off to another tower.
Yeah.
And
So right there,
indicated a southern path.
right there at that intersection, there's a tower that's on WSU campus that like just covers that intersection, and then when you take a right, you connect to another tower. But had he taken a left, he probably would have stayed on that tower. So I
Okay.
think that's what she's referring to when she says there's a handoff.
Yeah, she said because with handoffs, you can actually plot his direction.
Yeah.
And they didn't do that. That's where I'm trying to see where I think that may be why she's bringing up a third tower, because the third tower, is exculpatory.
No, that tower, when she's talking about the third tower, they're talking about the 12 previous trips in Moscow that had to deal with the stalking, which didn't happen.
And they knew that right off the bat. Fair enough.
Yeah. Well, they should have by what she said.
Well, and they didn't the FBI previous to him even being charged, didn't the FBI clear that up? They knew he didn't stalk. Didn't they have a grand jury seated?
So they had the grand jury. I don't know if that was before his arrest though. But from what Ann said with the evidence on the call detail records, you could tell that car isn't stationary.
Right.
So
yeah. Because that's the other place where she said you could see it handing off from tower to tower.
yeah, not only that, but as far as I understand it, the CDRs will give the azimuth from the tower, which is basically like an angle from the tower wherever the phone is connecting.
Right.
So if the car, let's just say like the tower is pointed north and you're driving east-west, you can follow where the connection is happening with the azimuth. You just can't tell how far away from the tower it is, but you could tell that it's moving east-west. You know what I mean?
Right. You can get a general direction of the vehicle's movement, but you could see the
Right.
cars in motion because even when you head south, you're not always going straight south. Usually the roads curve.
Right.
You got to make a turn to it's more complicated than just nothing is a straight line.
Right.
And so those towers, they have those receivers and transmitters all around the top of the tower, right? And they each pick up a sector,
Right.
right, of direction. What's that behind you? What are you in jail?
No, I am in public though.
Oh, you are? At this time of night?
Yes, sir.
What time is it? I'm 12:30. What is it where you are?
9:30.
Really? We're that far apart. Huh, lucky you. 3
Yep.
hours. Wow. So that's quite a haul, man. The hell? It's snowing like hell over here. What about where you were?
It's just cold.
Oh, that's better than cold hit.
We have snow on the ground from a few days ago. The roads are pretty clear.
Yeah,
But we're
same
supposed to
here.
get more snow tomorrow.
Yeah, we're supposed to get some tonight and maybe some tomorrow. But I live in an area where they call it a snow belt. But for some reason, the area I'm in has been lucky over the last 10 or 15 years. We haven't gotten. I mean, when I was a kid, the snow, you couldn't even get out the front door. We used to have huge tunnels. We had a house that had a fence not far from it, a neighbor's fence, and the snow would stack up between the house and fence, and you could tunnel all the way through it. It was awesome. But it's just the weather hasn't been like that up here for a long time. And I'm happy for that, but I don't mind snow because I take the winter off, and if it's 50, 60 degrees out there, I shouldn't be taking it off. So
Yeah.
yeah. So
I like the
Well-
snow.
I'd prefer that over earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, right? Weather natural disaster to a lot of our states put up with. Tornadoes got to suck, bro. I couldn't.
Yeah. You don't even get a warning, it just comes out.
Yeah. Well, you can see the clouds coming around, but then you don't know if this is going to be the one or not,
Right.
right?
But what if it's in the middle of the night? Like there was that one huge one years back
Yeah.
that came through at like 3 a.m. when everyone was sleeping.
Yeah, I came. So I don't have the fear of threats of tornadoes or hurricanes or earthquakes. We have
Yeah.
4 seasons, which is kind of nice.
No, that's what I like about Eastern Washington, but compared to Western Washington, is you get like the colder winters and some snow, and then the hot summers.
Right. Now, did anybody ever determine whether Dylan was a transgender or not?
No.
I
But how funny would that be if she was one of the
Oh,
unknown DNA?
man, that shit would be funnier than fuck, wouldn't it?
It sure would.
And then we'd have to have the argument. I mean, she does look like a girl, right? I mean, these people say you can change yourself by cutting off your willy whacker.
There are some of them that still look like girls, though. So
What,
that's
no?
hard. Yeah, some
Well,
of the
just-
trannies.
Yeah, yeah. So, I don't know. I've got friends from all walks of life. I know a transgender girl, and yeah, you wouldn't know. You just wouldn't
Yeah,
know.
some of them are hard.
Some of them, it's southern accent. There's just nothing about this person that would indicate, dude, nothing. No Adam's apple, nothing. Not even the hands or everything. It's crazy. I mean, she's hot too. She'd be worth dating, but she got a willy whacker. So there's
There's always
that question.
something.
Yeah, will you whack her or not? My answer's not. Yeah, but so I say live and let live. I don't care what, but
I don't care what other people do.
I don't either. It's America, man. If you want to fly to Mars, then go ahead, have it.
I agree.
Look at someone saying we can apply for FEMA aid. Yeah, that's what we need. Oh man, what a crazy, crazy time. Well, Twiz, it's finally got you on here. I don't know if it was like beating a dead horse, but the horse has got life, folks. Look at that.
Yes,
Twiz,
sir.
And you think the Franks hearing is coming because of these new motions or witness? What?
Subpoenas. They put in 4 subpoenas today. 2 of them are Deuces Tecum, which should be for FBI people or things.
Yep. And what are the other 2?
I mean, 2 for other people, but who knows?
They haven't named them.
It might be Payne and Mowry again.
What did you think about that shit coming out about Bethany seeing somebody nude?
Well, I listened to the hearing again, and it doesn't say anything about Bethany seeing anything. What it says is there's an affidavit where somebody could have taken their clothes off and put it in a bag or something. I don't remember the
she had
exact
said
wording.
that somebody had seen someone running away from the house in their nude or in their undershorts or something.
I don't think so.
The hell did I hear that?
People have been saying that ever since the hearing, but I went and watched the hearing again all the way through both days, and I didn't hear anything about Bethany.
Getting into that. I don't think Deanna is a trans. No, I don't think she is. I'm just saying it. But Twiz, it is funny, right? Because that rumor was going around. It is
Yeah, I mean,
funny.
it is funny.
You got 3 unidentified male DNAs, and if Dylan's a trans, man, that's just fucking boom, your head will explode.
I was thinking about this like yesterday, but remember in Ace Ventura how that one chick changes her sex, years before to get away with crime. It's a good plan.
Yeah, I suppose.
Nothing would surprise me in this case, but
No, I saw something that was some. I keep in the background. I read a lot of scientific stuff and get into a lot of stupid thoughts and conversations with people on other I don't just stick on true crime. But anyway, where somebody had actually started dressing as a woman and moved and started working as a woman and in all respects was a woman in the view of the public, and then went and committed a crime as that woman, and then just turned back into the man.
yeah,
Right? That's like
it's a good plan. Did they get away with it?
Well, no, because they eventually got caught as the dude, but
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, initially they were looking for a woman, right?
What she should have done is just committed the crime and left her DNA there. Then there's no way they would have found him.
Right. I mean, that would be perplexing. It was a murder. That's what it was, a murder, and they had all been looking for a woman, and it wasn't until years later when DNA came out that they were looking for a man. That's how they
Yeah.
caught it. Yeah. So now they had to look for a man, and this woman had disappeared not long after the crime, but she was part of the community or something. Blah blah blah, and yeah, that's a cunning thing to do. But if you need to go to all of that trouble, you might as well just fucking study and get a good paying job and make yourself rich or something. If you've got that kind of a plan, I don't know that
Yeah.
becoming a chick is the best thing for you to be doing.
I certainly wouldn't, but
What do you think about the way Kopaka was swatted and Koberger was swatted? You think that's a coincidence?
I don't know. Like right now, my brain is just kind of fried with this case because now I don't know what is true and what is false in the state's argument. Like so much of what they said is just wrong.
It's false. It's blatantly false, and
Yeah,
they had the capacity to know that. That's why you're called an investigator.
right. Personally, I think that I'm not saying Kopaka was involved in the crime, but I think they thought Kopaka was involved in the crime at the very least.
Right?
So
Well,
I wouldn't be surprised if it came out later on that that's why he got swatted.
There's a new person out there streaming. I didn't keep this. I didn't save it. I'll bump into it again and bring up the name. But he brought up the point, as I brought up in the very beginning. Why would somebody with a K-bar keep it in their sheath and carry the sheath and the K-bar into a residence where you're going to commit murder? It doesn't fit. It just that whole crime scene doesn't say outside intrusion to me. It seems like an inside job. And that doesn't mean that somebody couldn't have got to the home while they were all out. Right? They could have all, right?
That sheath could have been there for a month beforehand.
I think the sheath belonged to one of the victims, in all fairness.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could have. Were you watching Potts the other day when she was talking about the warrants? How Mowry went to Judge Marshall and said there's evidence on Dylan and Kaylee's phone that goes back to like August that connects to the crime.
I heard something of that, but then I had a dentist appointment or something, and I got up and left.
Yeah, so I mean, to me, it sounds like they know why the crime happened. They know it had
How did
something
she
to do
know?
with Dylan and Kaylee.
What does she know? Or what are these?
Who?
In other words, how does Miss Potts know the statement she's making? Explain it at least simply so that we understand. And where did she get it from?
That I'm not sure. I think that she has a warrant saved that has since been sealed, is what I think. I don't know though.
And so planned through Kaylee and DM.
Yeah, through Kaylee's phone. Kaylee's phone and Dylan's phone have some evidence on it that connects back to like August. The first warrant went back to August 1st. And it's trying to get phone location. So either they met with somebody or they picked something up, is what I think.
Weird.
But I think, well, I mean, just remember the day that it happened, 3 hours later, they said it's a targeted attack. Everyone else is safe. They know why this crime happened.
Yeah. Yeah, and I suspect by the way they handled everything, they know who.
They might. That part just doesn't make sense to me. But
What?
it's either they know and they don't want to know, or they just don't know and they're trying to connect, you know. But one of the theories which people had a while back is that there was like a map found of the house outside. And the
Yeah.
only thing that I could really think of is that there's initials on that, which would be BK, which could be Brent Kopaka or Brian Koberger or whoever else.
But there's no evidence or no discussion of any map in the court system.
Correct.
Or that phone call that Ms. Potts brought up. There's no discussion of that warrant in this at all either, is there?
Right.
There's no even reference to it. And
Yeah,
that
I
may
don't
be
know.
part of the sealed information, but my understanding is every time something's mentioned about sealed, it's surrounded by the IGG.
The only thing that lends credence to the map idea is there is that piece of paper that's found outside. We just can't see what's on it. That's where the map thing comes from, though. But
Yeah,
was there a
we're-
map
we're-
on it? I don't know.
And we're never going to get this. They're either going to kill this kid, and that's it, or they're not, and he's going to get on. He's going to, rightfully be released, and there's going to be no solution to this case. And the actions of the prosecution, to me, when I look back now in hindsight, with they sent in a biolab to clean the house,
Right.
or a deacon, right? Why did they do that? That's now. As suspicious as it looked then, it's even worse in my mind now. And then they ultimately ripped the house down.
Yeah, they don't care about the kids. They care about the university and the town making money. They wanted that house gone so people would forget about it and kids would come back and give them more money.
Right, but their enrollment didn't drop that following year. I don't think it's dropped since this has happened, in all fairness.
No,
And they also bought
but it's
that line.
not just about enrollment though, because they could take, like, when the crimes happen, they let everybody go online, so they could still have kids, enrolled at the
Right,
school
right.
but not living in Moscow,
Right. Well,
and then
but
Moscow loses money.
right, because the college is their biggest main source of revenue.
Yeah, it's
But I
like
think
Pullman
also-
right now. Pullman attendance is going down. There's apartments and houses that are for rent all over the place, which is not how it was when I lived here previously. So, like, these towns depend on people being here.
I think it's not that they don't qualify for CODIS, Leslie and Billy. I think that they don't qualify for the extraneous extent that the other DNA that was connected to what they perceived to be the weapon.
Well, I
That
think
is
what
why.
was said is that they didn't get a match in CODIS, not that it didn't qualify.
It went
And
through
then they
CODIS.
just didn't IgG it like they did with the skin
And-
cells on the sheath.
And they didn't because it wasn't directly connected to the victims. In other words, that's a murder weapon, the sheath. That can be then, they could then take actions with that sheath that they couldn't with other samples. That's what I understood.
Maybe,
Well,
but if you have live blood in a stabbing, because everyone knows in knife attacks the attacker often cuts themselves.
Correct.
So why you wouldn't do that on blood that's 10 feet outside of the door?
Yeah, I and they did the same thing to Amanda Knox in Italy, and her case was overturned on transfer DNA. That's how she was convicted the first time.
Yeah.
And all transfer DNA cases that I've seen that have been beaten down in the court is because there's other DNA associated with the crime scene that they did not identify.
Right.
And so if those, and they're directly related to the crime scene, a bloody glove outside the residence and blood on a railing, right? That's directly related to the crime. How you can't view it that way is beyond me.
No, it
Right.
doesn't make sense to me either, but
Right. So how is it that Brian is the doer, not one of the other two DNA samples? Meaning
I
that
don't know.
Brian would be an accessory to the murder if he was involved, if he was there, or right?
Right.
What if he was the driver that dropped him off? Not, we know he didn't, but let's just suggest that.
yeah.
And his transfer DNA ended up on that knife sheath, but he didn't participate in the crime or even have any knowledge there would be a crime.
Right.
So how do you shoot him as the murderer?
Well, you
That's
shouldn't,
the problem.
but
That's the problem with the other DNA samples is there's the reasonable doubt is overwhelming, and to the benefit of Koberger. Now, can you separate him completely from the crime? I think what's shown with the phones and the video, and it's shocking to know now that the video didn't show the car in any way that could tell you whether there was a license plate there or not.
yeah, they're getting side pictures of the car or like rear angles. And I said that from reading the PCA. It appears that the car didn't have a front license
Correct.
plate. Okay, that doesn't say that it didn't.
And that's important to
Yeah.
know. I mean, that's important to have evidence, because if you're going to say it's this kid's car, there has to. It's like if I got a bumper sticker that says "Home Sweet Home," where you can scratch where it itches. Okay, how many people have that fucking bumper sticker? None. It's that idiot over there, right?
Right.
You got me.
Yeah.
You got me. And that's the same thing. All of these car things, there's not a single one of them. Like when Payne said that in court a couple of hearings ago, when he was confronted, where in any of the video coverage that you have, can you identify Brian Koberger or Brian Koberger's car? And Payne said no. I thought, then how did this get to a grand jury? How? You're not supposed to indict me on what you think or believe. You're supposed to indict me on facts. So what did they tell the grand jury to get an indictment?
I'm assuming we have his DNA on the sheath, and then the phone pings, which they lied about, the car, which they lie about.
Right.
You'd
right.
think
So
they'd have
why-
to show pictures of the car in a grand jury, though, don't you?
You would think they would have to show their evidence.
They made up a fake map.
They made up a fake map. Yep. Then they did fake. What was the thing that Maury did there? Fake. He did That's what Ann said in court. They don't have a cast report. They have a pinpoint or a what do you call that presentation?
Cast Viz.
No. She said they don't have a cast report. They have a PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, that's the final cast report, is what they're calling it. What they had before was the cast Viz draft.
But she's saying that it's not a cast. It's not driven from cast. It's a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah,
that they created.
That's the final one, though.
I don't think it is. I think what I interpreted her to say is whatever they entered into the cast didn't give them a final report. They put together a PowerPoint presentation to represent what they saw, what they collected.
Yeah, that's not for the grand jury, though. If you look at like that long list of documents supporting the Franks, it's listed there. You have cast draft and then the PowerPoint. And she said in the hearing that it came from Nick Balance.
Right, but she specifically said it wasn't a cast report.
Right. She said that's what they're calling. That's what they're calling the final cast draft report.
And it isn't that. Cy Ray is telling her that it is not. That is not how a cast report is presented. It's probably what he's going to say.
It might be. I mean, she has the PowerPoint. Like, she has it, so.
Right, but why would there be a PowerPoint in connection to a report that indicates locations of a vehicle? Why would you need a PowerPoint?
I don't know. I think in the Daybell case, when Balance is up there testifying, he does a PowerPoint as well. So I'm assuming it's the same thing.
So what does this PowerPoint look like? Is it a map that they're pointing to?
It probably has everything about Cass that he's going to explain. I don't know.
Yeah, we're going to have to hopefully it gets ended with a Franks hearing. Or the Franks, see, and that's the other thing too, is Bill can drop the charges right now. He doesn't have to go to any more hearings. And he can drop these charges and remove the because he has what they call prosecutorial they got a power
discretion.
That's it. Yep, and he can exercise that and say that at this point in time we're going to hold on the prosecution of Mr. Kohberger until we get more evidence. And he can it would be dismissing the case, but it wouldn't give Kohberger an out for permanency.
Yeah, they could bring up the charges again later.
Right.
That's probably the smartest thing they could do.
I've said this 45 Square. I said this before. It's not the first time I brought this up. I really think that what may or may not be facing him in a Franks hearing is going to be determinant to whether he exercises his prosecutorial, as Twiz said, discretion.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I asked my defense attorney friend earlier if they do the Franks and they get the PCA tossed, then they can't keep him under arrest, right? And she's like, yeah, but they'll probably pull some bullshit to keep him. So who knows?
Well, I don't know how they would keep him. If your evidence from the PCA is found to be insufficient or a lie, then all subsequent warrants are dead. Because all subsequent warrants start from there.
Yep.
And that's what she was trying to point out to the judge, and the judge brought up that heinous, ignorant fucking comment. You mean how can DNA on a murder on the sheath be protected constitutionally? I wanted to reach through the computer and start strangling the guy. And then the prosecution gets up and says, yeah, that's ludicrous for the defense to make the argument that the sample we collected from the sheath is protected by Brian Kohberger's Fourth Amendment. I'm thinking that's not what she's saying, you lying motherfuckers. But here we are. We'll see. And I think a Franks hearing, hopefully, I don't know if it's going to be next Thursday, as you suggest. I hope it is. But
my attorney said that the subpoenas are like whatever happens within the subpoena is usually within 10 days. And Ann is always available on Thursday. So that's why I say next Thursday. It could be any day.
Yeah.
But usually that's why all the hearings are on Thursdays, because that's when Ann is available.
Right, because she's got to travel from somewhere a couple hours away, I suspect.
Right. She's in Coeur d'Alene, so it's like 6 hours.
Yeah, so she covers the whole state. She's one of the only defender. Yeah, well, it's a hell of a case. It's an interesting case in that reasonable people see what's being shown and interpret it for what it says. and unreasonable people that have like a determining belief of what's right or what's wrong or what happened or didn't happen. You can never have an honest conversation with them. Like I'd be very open for them to all of a sudden drop a witness from inside the house or in the backyard or I wouldn't object to solid proof that Colbert placing him at that crime. I'd be a little upset it waited this much time.
Right.
And I would question its veracity, but if it's solid, it's solid. You just have to take it.
Yeah.
It's just, there's so many folks out here that they have an idea or commitment. They're committed to a belief of what happened here.
Most of them just believe the craziest things. Like there's a warrant for Amazon. That means he bought the sheath. That's not what that means. It means they looked for him buying the sheath and knife or whatever.
But
it's just a warrant.
Right. And they're going to get a warrant on everything.
Yeah.
And I like how
a warrant doesn't mean you're getting what you're looking for. It just means you're looking.
Right. It's like when you search my house, it doesn't mean you're going to find a criminal. If you're looking for guns and you come and you get a warrant from my house, doesn't mean you're going to find a gun.
Right.
Right. I mean, and all of this stuff should have preceded the arrest. That's what I said in the very beginning. There was no basis to arrest him and charge him with quadruple homicide. They had no evidence.
Nope.
They had a theory. They had cops telling stories.
That's the only reason why I really think that they did it in such a hurry was to protect the university, because why else rush it when you could have actually done an investigation?
No, look, I'm going to say this. There's no question in my mind that the officials in Moscow are criminally complicit with some kind of drug organization. There's some kind of connection between these. Now, could be the brother of the mayor. It could be a cousin of the fucking prosecutor. There's something in here, in that particular town, that's connected to something bigger than the idea that you're protecting a college. That isn't enough for me to do what you see done here, to cover up, right? Unless the president of the college did it himself. But even then, where would he have
millions of dollars every year, though?
But again, it's not going into the pocket of the cop. See, this is what I'm saying. I think we go too broad to the institutional view when you look at personal motives, and the power to make these decisions have been coming from the removal of the evidence from the house, the sanitization of the house, and the destruction of the house all came from Bill Thompson, crack clause. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. It's in his line of associates that there may be an answer to what happened here. Not that he's directly involved, but that by him covering for it protects those that are, because they're connected to him through one way or another. That's how I would view looking at this as an investigator. If I wanted to try to understand the basis of the motive of this crime, would then give me the doers of the crime. Because here I really think the motive is most important. And for the actions of the officials to do what they've done, it suggests to me that somebody connected. It's like, as an example, Hunter Biden was acting on behalf of his father, which isn't illegal because the government officials are protected, and that their family can do things that they're not allowed to do by law, like trade stock or take advantage of this information or that information. They can't do that legally, but there's nothing saying their wife can't do it.
Right.
So it's that kind of a system we live in, and that's universal throughout all of our local governments. So while Hunter Biden is over there getting Russia and the Ukraine and the Chinese to give him millions, he's also coming back to America and making deals with companies that are being sold technologically that help these other countries. So it's treason in one sense, but it's also how they graft themselves, they sell themselves for money through their family. And it's not, in other words, you can never convict Joe Biden of it. You can't convict any of these officials. If you think Trump is a crook, then you better look at his kids. You better look at his cousins and his brothers and his family, because that's where the crimes can be carried out. And you wouldn't be able to go after the family without probable cause. So I'm saying it's a very complex web that they weave, and they're protected. The people below and alongside of you as an official are basically protected unless that person gets nailed for something, and it like Hunter did. Just realize Hunter got fucked up. That's how all of the stuff came out about his laptop and all of the crimes. And even the Department of Justice stated clearly, if not for the mental capacity of Joe Biden, they would have charged him with espionage of all kinds of shit. But they didn't because they felt he wasn't of a mental capacity at this stage in his life to be held accountable for his crimes.
But he's president.
But he's president. So here's what I'm saying is when I look at the totality and how our systems have been compromised, and then you look at the Idaho 4 case, to me, the Idaho 4 case isn't a university being protected unless, of course, the people in the university connected to the chief of police, connected to there's some kind of web weaved within that group that's got nothing to do with tuition. There's much more money in child trafficking, which unfortunately we know Zaina was paying a lot of attention to. There's much more money in drugs on these black market deals, drugs and child trafficking, right? And so anybody involved in that's connected to any of those town officials through relationships, whether they be business, whether they be family, or they be lifelong friends, that's what I would look at. If you're looking,
you're not wrong.
Right.
You're not
wrong. I don't suspect an individual ran into that house and did that.
No. Especially with the other blood,
Not just with the other blood, but the nature of the crime, where you've got 2 up and 2 down. You got 2 pairs,
right.
And these can call them kids, but they're technically young adults in the prime of their life.
Right.
You're never going to be more strong, more agile physically than you are at the ages of these 4 victims.
Yeah.
And so for one man to go in and do that.
No, there's definitely more than one.
And now we know Dylan's testimony or Dylan's statements in the PCA are basically a complete fucking lie. Now we're told the kid was 5'8" and skinny. That all by itself, the judge should have said, well, Mr. Kohlberger's 6'2". Why is he over here at the defense table?
I actually think that Jennings was trying to describe him now because he's lost so much weight.
But he's more than 5'8".
Well, yeah, she just said taller than him or taller than her.
Mm-mm.
But taller
she specifically
than her
said 5'8". She said that the one witness DM said he was 5'8" and skinny. That's not what
she
it
said.
says.
She said that Dylan is 5'8".
No, maybe so. I misheard that. I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure she said that she described a man who was 5'8" and skinny.
No, it's taller than her, but she said she's 5'8". But in the PCA, it says she's 5'10".
No, it doesn't say her height in the PCA. It says what she observed, the perpetrator at 5'10" or taller.
Oh, that's right. But
yeah. And I think
yeah.
And the skinny
we thought that she was 5'10" at that point in time, but in the hearing, Jennings said the person was taller than her, and she's about 5'8".
No, I don't think she said that. I think she said DM described a man that was 5'8" and skinny with bushy eyebrows. Yeah. And I will have to go back and look at it individually. One of us is accurate, but the difference is minute anyway, whether it's her height or his height. But again, I still say that you've heard me say that this connects to the crime from September 2021. Because from Dylan's
yeah. Because the person could be 5 foot, or if the person was like 5'4" if they were on the step.
Yeah.
For sure.
And her view, based on her condition, would tell her he was as tall as I was. She wouldn't have the capacity, or even a sober person wouldn't have considered. Not only that, if it were someone like him that was 6 foot tall, he would have been 6'6" looking down at her.
He would have been a giant.
She would have noticed that for sure. She would have said the person that I saw clad in black was much taller than me, maybe 6 inches taller than me.
Yeah, no, I agree on that. Especially with girls, because girls notice height so much on
big
dudes.
time. And they absolutely do, because they won't date you if you're not 6 foot tall or taller. A lot of them.
Yeah.
I was in the dentist the other day, and I embarrassed this poor young girl badly. They walk you out to pay like you're on a fucking death row walk, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I reach in my pocket and I pull out my money, and she goes, "Damn, look at the money he's got." And I said, the whole time I was sitting in the dentist chair, you thought that bulge was something else, didn't you? She turned red. She goes, what do you mean? The other girl started laughing. I said, hey, that's you'll see as you get older, you'll realize the bulge in the guy's pocket or wallet is more important than any other bulge you might have.
Right.
Oh man, she was so embarrassed.
I actually wonder if Dylan didn't hear somebody running up and down the stairs. It was just Xana going
I
upstairs
agree.
to see what was going on.
Dude, I said that early on when I laid out what I thought could have happened.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. Up. Which
Well,
one?
think
Up,
about
down?
what Miss Potts said, right? DM and KG are connected to the crime somehow. KG's the one that got unalived,
Mm-hmm.
so she would be the target.
Mm-hmm.
Maddie's in bed with her, so that's just collateral, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Why the other two?
Because they stumbled into the crime scene to see what was happening.
Yep.
But then that also says this to me, is that, well, I don't know if you heard Pavarotti making a claim that there was a suspect in there with a gun. That's how he controlled everybody.
I haven't really watched what he's been putting out for a few months, other than he just apologized to me.
For
But
what?
I mean, people have thought that for a while, or at least thought it was a
Well,
possibility.
he's got a Linda Lane video where you can
Yeah,
hear
you
what
could
appears
hear
to-
it.
That's bullshit. No one else showed that before.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's got special powers like Tommy Jude. Get the fuck out
I
of
don't
here.
trust any audio or video unless it's like the original.
Yeah, I agree. So what was I saying there? But the catch-22 is, I could see Zaina being the one going up them stairs and coming back down. Okay, and then
Mhm.
being targeted or chased by the perpetrator.
Right.
I could see that as being real, and that meant the two in the front room really wouldn't have been harmed had that not have happened. But that also says to me that something was happening in that room that Dylan should not have fucking talked about or noticed.
Right.
So there's that catch-22. So how is it that Xana was Xana collecting her food when she heard something? That's possible because they do say that she got a DoorDash driver or delivery. That's the other thing, that new Pavarotti thing. He's blaming the drivers now.
Yeah.
What a fucking lunatic. These people are solving a crime. We're never
I
going to
kind of wonder if Ethan wasn't sleeping and Xander went down there to get him.
Yeah, that's true. I'm thinking she turned around and ran in panic
Yeah.
and was chased into her room.
And that's why it was such a battle.
Yeah.
It was such a battle downstairs.
And then Ethan being served. But we won't know until we'll probably never know. I mean, that's the problem with trying to theorize based on the facts we have.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's no proof to shoot Brian Kohlberger.
Nope.
Not to say he didn't do it. I've said that a million times. He could have traded cars with somebody for all the fuck we know. He could have left his phone with that other person that came up and did the crime. There's a trillion ways he could have done it. And none of them are verifiable. No different than all these other streamers making these claims. All these other people did it. I mean, you just can't verify it. To me, there's no sense in accusing anybody that isn't. Like I've reviewed how Dylan could be involved, but she admits to being there.
Right.
Right. But
She's at least at the crime scene.
Yeah.
That's a good place to start.
And then when you listen to the description of what the cops came up upon, all the doors were open, including the door with Murphy in it. Who cleaned this out? I
No,
bet
that's
you
super weird.
How about the blood on the handrail wasn't clear? That it only showed up under luminol. How about that? I bet you that there's some relevance to that.
Yeah.
So you may not have been able to, you may have been able to get a sample from that, but that would, to me, I wonder if that 8 hours, I just find it almost impossible to accept that two young adult women had that happen around them and there's nothing for 8 hours. That's even
I'm with
assuming
you.
it's even worse if the crime took place at 3 or 2. It's even worse.
Right.
All right. Maybe Brian was the cleaner. I mean, you can come up with all kinds of crazy ideas to fit into what we know as evidence, but none of them are going to be eminently provable.
Right.
Unless somebody admits to it. If Brian comes out and tells us a story that, okay, But this guy doesn't seem to want to be moving off the dot. I didn't do it. So there's talk now on the internet that he's going to do a plea deal. It's like,
Oh, shut up. These people are dumb. They're saying that because they handed over his psych evaluation, but it was a due date, like they had to from the court. So
oh, well, maybe he was stoned, looking at the stars and listening to hip hop. I mean, the phone pings would suggest that that's exactly what happened, Translucent, because
yeah,
they in no way, shape, or form can put him at that house. And DNA at a house with no other concrete evidence to place you during the time of the crime is circumstantial bullshit that can't even be. It just needs to be ignored. As tough as it is to ignore where you found it, if all of your evidence puts him somewhere except that house, then you just have to accept it as a fucking horrific coincidence for that guy.
yep. This is what the cell's going to show. At 2:54, he's on Main Street in Pullman, driving away from Moscow towards the way he normally does, go to the park from his apartment. About 25 minutes later, he probably was without cell service. I think there's a good chance they could track him that direction through him using data on his phone. And then around 4:48, you're going to see him in Clarkston and then Lewiston and driving back up to Pullman. There's no way he could have been to Moscow that night
No, I know.
and committed the crime on their timeline anyway.
Even within an hour on either side of the time, you can't put Brian there. You can't even get him to leave his house until 2:44 a.m., 2:42, right? So that's 3 a.m, basically.
Right.
But within an hour or so on either side of the crime and during the crime, you could do nothing but putting Brian Koberger at that house.
Yep.
And I don't care what anybody says. The DNA needs to be ignored. You need to show us that Mr. Koberger, there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he himself wielded that knife against those 4 victims, which means he has to be inside that house.
Yeah.
And I just don't see the crime scene as an outside intruder. I just can't wrap my head around that. I'm an ex-criminal. I can't even imagine. It'd be like going to a house with a gun and the bullets are in your pocket. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Now, if you have a gun with a holster, would you carry the gun in the holster in your hand and go into the house? If you wouldn't do that, then why would you do that with a knife?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Stupid.
Someone make sense of that. That just is the most egregious fucking thing. I can't even. There's no way you can make that make sense to me. Maybe to an everyday person that's never been a criminal, but
Everything about it is stupid.
Yeah, I don't even know. Those guys shouldn't even be they shouldn't be policemen. At best, they should be, I don't know, construction workers, road, where you end up with potholes after they're done. That would probably be fucking idiots, right?
Seems like all they like to do is harass college kids for stupid shit. And that's an easy job, but you can't do a real investigation, so.
You know how many women I've been with that are counselors? And believe me when I tell you, the last thing they needed more counseling than they were ever going to get from a fucking classroom or another human being.
Most people that go into psychology are fucked up from something. They're trying to diagnose themselves.
Well, I've said that to them. I said, there's no reason, there's no way you should be a counselor. They're like, why would you say that? That's not nice. I said, well, my first clue is you're with me. That's the first clue. That should be enough evidence to tell you you're in the wrong line of work. Okay? Because sound people of sound mind and sound thinking probably aren't going to hang out with me.
Yeah.
Right? What the fuck, man? Unreal.
No, it's all crazy.
I'm glad I finally dragged your ass up here.
Yeah, it's quiet here right now, so.
What the hell are you doing? You're not at work, or you are?
No.
You're not at work, but you're out. Are you at a bar? What the hell are you doing? What?
No, I'm just out in public.
Oh, unbelievable. The sheet never had Brian's DNA on it whatsoever.
That could be true.
It could be. Listen, here's the other problem with the DNA. If you give me a sample of DNA, go give us a blank sample to 23andMe and tell you see what they tell you. You could spit in a fucking jar in a test tube like I did and send it off to them with your name. and they're going to come back with hits. And they're going to be able to build a tree. But they have a starting point. When you give them an unknown sample, now you got possible hits that could come from all over the place, right? I don't know how you do it. The amount of work involved to take an unknown sample is leagues and leagues more difficult than if I took a sample of DNA named Smith from Mr. Smith and then started building a tree to find markers to match Mr. Smith. I at least have a pool of people to start looking at, right? Namely, people with the name Smith. How do you take an unknown sample and develop it? I don't know.
That's what I wonder. If they didn't have Brian's name
That's
to
what they
start
tell
with,
us.
how did they get to him?
That's my argument the whole time. Yep,
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I mean, there are some theories coming out right now that think that the FBI showed Dylan a picture of Brian on the 17th. How would they have Brian's name by then?
The 17th of what, November?
November.
No, that's. But he was listen, they did have his name earlier, but he was eliminated.
Not by the
as a
17th.
suspect. No, but by the 29th, they had his name and they eliminated him as a suspect.
Well, the WSU had his name by the 29th. But that's what I'm saying. If the FBI had a picture of him to show Dylan on the 17th, why? That's crazy.
Say that again.
If the
They had his-
FBI had a picture of Brian on the 17th to show Dylan, why would they have his name?
I thought that happened later in December. You're saying that happened 4 days after the crime?
That's a theory. We don't know for sure yet.
Yeah, I thought she was referring to his. I know she said that she was showing a picture and she could not identify Brian Kohlberg.
Right, but the thing is, I don't know if you've seen this on Lana, but she's showing this. This video came out from this channel on December 30th. So it was the same day that Brian was arrested, right? It's saying it's Dylan's friend and gives all this stuff about Dylan that they would not have known unless they actually knew Dylan. And one of the things was that she was questioned on the 17th of November, right? At the time, everyone pretty much just wrote this off as some crazy bullshit on the internet. But the thing is, when that Frank's list came out, there's an interview with Dylan on the 17th.
Okay. She had 5 interviews total, from my understanding.
Something like that, yeah.
And there's 3. Well, what she said is in all of them, she was consistent only in saying she doesn't remember. I don't know if it's a dream and I was drunk.
Right.
Right. And that's the only consistent thing she said in exact verbatim over and over again. But my understanding was that they showed her a picture after the genealogical testing. That's how I understood what I heard. And
Right.
she could not identify Brian Kohlberger as the person in her home.
Yeah, we know that she couldn't ID him from a picture. We just don't know on the date of when that picture was provided.
Yeah. I just took the course of the way and laid it out to mean that
I assumed that was on the 30th when he was arrested. But
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I think it happened before the 30th.
I think there
I
was
think-
in interview with her on like the 27th of December or something.
And stated almost word for word what that video said. Put it out there for us. Yeah, they were putting words in it, but I understood what she said is that. So I think the IgG was done before the arrest. I think the identification of Brian Kohlberger came before the 30th, and it had to have, because they then went and built the case to match the DNA. That's where you come up with the PCA. So they only obtained. When did they obtain the warrants for the cell towers? Do you remember
The
that date?
23rd. 23rd.
Okay. I think that in fact what happened was they showed her an image or images of potential suspects, Kohlberger being one of them, and she couldn't identify Kohlberger. I think that happened after the IgG identified Mr. Kohlberger.
See, this has 2 interviews listed. One's on December 1st, one's on November 17th. I thought there was one on the 30th, though.
I thought that there were 5 interviews with Dylan.
Well, yeah, this is just what it's listed in the Franks. Then I'm searching for Mortensen, so it might be listed under something else too.
Well, we're gonna have to wait to get that clarified, but I understood this. The events didn't raise any bells alarms for me. Other than
Yeah,
to say-
other than she could not identify him.
correct, and the fact that Payne said he was eliminated. They had his information, but he was not considered a suspect. And I think that all goes back to the idea of the car of 11 to 13. And now Ann is saying that from the images they have, they can't identify from any of the images. And this is what I think also has happened here. They have the whole video. Why the fuck are they sending images and not the whole videos? What are they hiding?
I don't know.
I think what they're hiding, and I said this weeks and weeks, maybe months ago, that the reason that they're only sending images is because the video proves conclusively that the car is an 11 to 13. And they don't want to show that to the defense because that would show that they knew that this image is irrefutable. And so now they're giving images of videos that they claim they used. I want to know
See,
what the whole fucking video is. All the
I
videos.
would have thought that originally, but Anne seems to be okay with what she has. She said that they provided everything to her.
But she's relying. Well, okay. I don't know. She had a hard time of getting that video.
Yeah, I mean, she said it was all chopped up before, and then she said she got it all. Now,
Right.
that still, maybe that's what happened, I don't know. But the interesting thing is that Ridge Road camera is at the wrong time in the wrong direction, right? And if you look at the route that they claim the car went through that neighborhood, they wouldn't have gone by Ridge Road anyways. So that Ridge Road camera is like off the path of what they claim the car took.
Everything they claim the car took is just inaccurate.
For
And
sure.
I think the videos. I really am convinced that the complete video of that car, and I bet you that they're gonna. That's what the Franks are. The FBI agent may get on the stand and say that's not the image I relied on to identify that vehicle. And Ann's going to say, "Excuse me." He's going to say that I had a whole video. And that's what I hope happens. We probably won't. I don't know if we're going to be exposed to the Franks hearing, but there's a big hole in what we've learned as far as the video evidence. And the
Right.
biggest hole is that the images they relied on. I don't really give a fuck what you relied on. I want the entire video. And I think
Yeah.
and listen, this makes sense when you realize that she said the FBI agent himself is comfortable with the identification of the car being an 11 to a 13. So
Right.
if she's got images that they gave her, this is what Franks is for. If the images they gave her, and they're arguing these were the images we used to identify the vehicle, and the FBI agent comes forward and says no, you see, then they fucking lied. Then they're lying to the court. They're lying to Ann, and they're withholding exculpatory evidence. That would be part of a Franks hearing. And I suspect that there's a big open doorway here for the FBI agent that made the ID to blow the fucking images up that they're saying, oh, yeah, and we use this one, and we use this one, and we use this one. And in fact, when you put all of the images together in a movie, I think you're going to see an image in there that gave the FBI agent the back shot of that car. And he saw the reflector location on that bumper cover. And that location was not on the upper outside corners.
Right.
It was on the inboard by the light.
And it doesn't have the black part. You don't even need the reflectors on this car. The 11 to 13 doesn't have the black part on it.
Well, I think Ann has, and I think Ann knows, because she has a real problem with these images that they claim they used. And I suspect, and that the fact that they remember when she said that, or the prosecution said that we're trying to combine the video with the audio.
Yeah.
And that has to be done before we can turn this over.
Right.
So there's a lot of problems with the video because
See,
the video,
I think the issue there is the audio, because she said that the dog barked for like 25 minutes when they said it just barked at that 1 minute at the time.
Right.
So I think they
yeah.
cut out the audio to it, and then she got the full audio. I don't necessarily know it has anything to do with the car on that part, but Who knows?
Man, look at the image of the woman calling me right. Well, you're awful right in that picture too, honey. I'm not translucent about that, but if there were, you'd have to be a lot closer to home for it to be translucent. Twiz? Damn.
I agree.
Yeah. It's yeah, there's just so many holes. I I'm in like sitting on the edge of my seat. I'd love to see how this plays out. And I, to me, it's playing out exactly what I argued in the beginning. That's what makes me happy, because I pay attention to the information given and try to understand it, rather than, I got caught up in some of that stuff. Like I saw that fucking drip drop motherfucker. He put a video out and I played it on here where people are parachuting onto the back deck, for fuck's sakes.
I've heard about that.
It's just crazy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the Linda Lane footage is any footage going to be used in court. What do you think?
No.
I said that when it came out in July of 2023, and I was on Dago's show. I didn't have a stream.
I
was
wouldn't
like,
even be
hey,
surprised if that video is from a different day. Because I
wouldn't
could
either.
go read the PCA right now, find a car that would fit and drive around that neighborhood at the right times.
No,
and
you
then
wouldn't even
edit
have to.
it.
You just manipulate the video and times itself, the whole video.
Yeah, I mean, like, I have no reason to even believe that video is correct.
But the video shows nothing that's connected to that crime other than cars moving in and out of a parking lot.
Right.
It's ridiculous. Right?
Yep.
And so it's like that doesn't prove anything. And imagine trying to explain that evidence to a jury. Regardless if you're pro or con against the evidence, it's almost impossible to explain what you're showing them on that fucking Linda Lane stuff. That's the thing that drove me nuts a little bit with Get a Clue and all the attention he pays to with the car. I don't think there was a car involved in the crime at all. I think the evidence suggests, and the crime scene says, that was not from a car, someone getting out of a vehicle.
No,
That
you're
house-
stupid to drive cars around these two towns and commit crimes when you could walk and there's people walking all the time,
Yes.
so you would just fit in.
You would blend in. Nobody would question you. You could have on a hoodie. You could have on whatever the fuck you want.
Yep.
You could be hiding your face, your hands. And
That's
nobody
what
would
I've said
question
the entire time.
you. Yeah.
Why would you drive to the crime? You could just walk. And look at how many people are walking around on all the camera footage that we do have of that night. People are walking everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, with all these Banfield videos and all the grub truck videos, and then there's people blowing up cell phone fucking pictures claiming there's a murder right on the phone.
Yeah.
I mean, how could that be missed? I know these cops are fucked up, and they did what appears to be, well, no, it clearly shows what they did here is fucked up.
For sure.
But how can anybody have not come forward if all of these other theories that these fucking twidiots are coming out and arguing this one did it, that one did it, this one did it? I'm just mind boggled at how many people love getting into that discussion with people.
Yeah. I think that the only way this will be solved is in like a few years or something. Somebody gets in trouble for something else and they roll to get charges dropped and something else or lessened or something,
I agree.
Have you
Yeah,
seen
see-
that Adelson case?
No.
It's like this family like hired somebody to murder one of the daughter's husbands 10 years ago in Florida, and they basically didn't have anybody arrested until this dude who was in prison already for other charges rolled to get charges lessened on something
Yeah.
else, right? That's what I
Yeah.
think will happen here.
I think that's true too. Or they're going to be deported by ICE, and you're never going to.
Right? That could be true.
You see that new ICE director?
I
it,
might
man?
have seen it. I know that they're going out there and kicking ass.
Not just that, but they're going to start going after governors and mayors or anybody that tries to fucking. You want to have a sanctuary state? Not anymore.
Good.
Federal law prohibits you from doing that, they're going to start going after public officials too. Tom Holdman, I think his name is. This dude's he looks like a miserable motherfucker, and he is, bro. He's a nice guy, but cross him or try to tell him the law. Ooh. His whole look. You should bring him into classrooms to tell kids don't commit crimes, and I bet you would cut crime down by about 40% just by his looks.
Right?
Look at the fucking nasty, ugly motherfucker. I ain't gonna commit no crime.
I want to call Pam Bondi and Cash Patel and be like, what the fuck is your Justice Department and FBI doing? Get this kid out of here.
Yeah, this should be a case that they're under review, and the FBI's got involvement here. And I think there's talk of getting rid of 5,000 FBI agents. I know they're going to clear house. A lot of them have been dismissed already.
Yeah.
Some have been offered early retirement. The same thing with the Department of Justice. And then you got these judges right now that are trying to stop Elon. Oh, Elon's going to see all your. I'll give Elon my social security number. Who wouldn't? What's he going to do with it? He'll go steal money? Yeah,
He's already had top secret clearance, and
Well,
they just gave him something else, some other clearance.
But the argument is so weak that he's got access to all your personal data. Well, so does fucking.
Why would we
who else
trust
has it?
Elon less than the person who could see our social securities before him?
Yeah, you know who else has it? I'll tell you who else has it. I just picked up a bottle called Sunny D. Them fuckers got my personal information. Just
Yeah.
for the simple fact I ordered it on the internet.
No,
Right?
these people are just pissed off that their easy money's going to end. And they
And they're gonna get
actually have
caught.
to do something.
Yeah, they're corrupt fucking. That's what that kind of corruption. It filters all over the place. Like they
There's
said,
this
one
meme.
guy's gotten payments for a 3-month contract. He's got a monthly payment for the last 20 years because nobody canceled it. But the work was
Yeah.
done in 3 months.
Right. There's this meme going around like Facebook all the time. It's something like the people that are freaking out about the truth being told are the corrupt ones or something, you know? Like,
Yeah, they obviously are. They obviously are, and look. And I think it crosses party lines. I think
oh,
Republicans.
for sure.
There's no way Republicans are involved. I'm not one of those people that pick a party and will stand by it.
Well, how do you have this much corruption going this long if both parties aren't involved?
Correct. It's common sense. That's the only way to view it, right? How many times can you lie in a probable cause affidavit for you to finally realize these cops don't know what they're doing, or they know exactly what they're doing, and it's covering up for the real crime?
Yeah, they know that you have to word things in certain ways to get the response that you want.
And one lead investigator puts together a document he hasn't wholeheartedly fucking confirmed himself.
I don't know. That's the crazy thing is like we don't even know which parts of the PCA Payne even wrote.
Dude, you know what's funny is I run a construction company, and I go to the job. I know I wrote the contract. I know what you're getting from me, right?
Right.
And I go to the job not because I go to the job, I show up and I walk around, I talk with my people, and if there's something I know that's in there that they may not have touched yet, and they even know it, I'm like, don't forget to do this. And they're like, I know. I go, well, look, I got to say it. If I don't say it and it don't get done, then I'm going to be the guy that's in the wrong.
Right.
You follow me? I allow you to make mistakes. You're a human being. My mistake would be not bringing it up. So you don't act like I'm clocking you, or don't take offense to it. Just realize you have your job, I have mine. And so mine is making sure that all these little details get done. And it's annoying to be asked. I mean, they asked you thousands of times over all of these years, so I get it. But it is what it is. It's my responsibility. So when I say it's time to pay, I don't want the customer pointing out something we missed. That just makes me look stupid.
Yep.
And then if I missed that, what else might I have missed, right? And it makes people think bad things. So, transparency, is fantastic. Some of these things, I think, something Americans we allowed the explanation, but there's truth to it. Some of these nefarious funds that you see were for covert missions that you're not supposed to know about, but may in fact have had direct benefits to the country.
Yeah.
You follow me?
For sure.
So not every payment is going to be because somebody's trying to enrich themselves or cheat us. Some of these payments are wrapped up in a $30,000 toilet seat because, the $8 toilet seat, the rest of that money went to go kill some terrorist. We don't want to let anybody know we killed. You follow me?
Yeah.
But there should be a significant black budget that has trusted civilian oversight. So in other words, I don't think they should hide this in a toilet seat. If they need money to go do some kind of mission like that, I don't think the public necessarily needs to know every mission, but I think there should be a public oversight to make sure that the money for that mission was justified and used only for that mission.
I think we should be able to access the information, but most of the public wouldn't. So like it wouldn't matter because they wouldn't look for it anyways.
Your enemies would, though.
Well, that's true.
And you don't want your enemies to know your methods and blah, blah, blah. So
That's what the FBI justifies violating our rights, though.
all of the
So,
time, bro. Yeah, that's what I mean. They've taken it to the next level, right?
yeah.
And that needs to be reined in. And hopefully they're putting Cash Patel in there. I'm not so sure. I got mixed feelings about Cash Patel. But, again, he's going to have to comply to what Trump is asking him to do. Let's see if he does. I like Bondi.
Yeah.
I like a few of his picks. Some of them I'm still up in the air on. I like Bondi because she came from Florida. She had no dealings with the federal government. And I'm really reluctant for any of his cabinet members to be like, I like Kennedy because Kennedy wasn't there. I'm a little wavering on Tulsi, and I'm a little wavering on Cash because they both worked for the government.
Yeah, I've got some things against Tulsi too, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it doesn't. I'm not saying they're going to do anything wrong or bad, but it's just, it's an observation based on what I know about them. I'm a little, but we'll see. I like Kennedy. I think Kennedy is. I like that fucking stuttering talk of his.
I was telling people about him like 2 years ago or something like that, and everyone's like, I can't listen to him. I'm like, well, then don't cry when you don't have the information.
And read the text. Put it on fucking. Ignore it. Turn down the fucking sound and put on the fucking text. What is that? Closed caption.
Yeah.
Right? I'm sure the closed caption don't stutter. If it does, we're in trouble. Did you ever see that commercial? There was this meme about an Iraqi guy during the Iraq War, the first one. And there's a reporter from like England there. And she asks him a question. And he answers the question. And the teletype machine, the closed caption, is printing what he's saying. And he sees that and he's like, what is that? And she goes, nothing, continue. He goes, no, well, what is that? Why is it? And all of the closed captions copying everything he says. He says, I went to the British College of English. He went to some big university. I speak perfect English. What is it? Sally sells C sheets. So he goes on to show how good he speaks English, but the teletype keeps putting down his fucking words. And he gets mad and walks away. Then another Iraqi comes up that speaks horrible English. Okay? And the teletype don't play for him.
I don't think I have seen that, but that's funny.
I got to find that meme and play it. The dude's besides himself. You're so condescending. I don't need closed caption. I speak perfect English. Oh, man. But, yeah. That's what you need with Kennedy. You need that fucking closed captioning.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's good. I think he's looking for the right reasons, and I don't know. We'll see.
I have some hope right now.
Hope in what? In the future?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What they're doing,
I like that they say, oh, well, you were supposed to reduce costs, and eggs went to $8 a dozen. They were there like 5 days. They're like, we just got here.
Yeah, give us some time. Plus, could they control the bird flu or whatever? Like millions of chickens just died. That's not their fault.
Well, plus Biden wrote some executive orders that affected the poultry industry that he had to get rid of.
Oh, I'm sure.
The public wasn't told about.
Yeah.
And then they burned 100 million chickens just recently.
I said this a few days ago to somebody that Biden probably screwed with the chickens on purpose.
Oh, I would think so too. It's been going on since 2021. They've been burning chicken farms, burning the whole farm now. And when it first happened, I said, well, but here's the other thing. Let me ask you this. How come bird flu only affects chickens and people? Why aren't robins dropping out of the fucking sky, or chickadees, or fucking eagles, or why aren't dogs dying from it? I don't understand. What the fuck do we have in common with a chicken?
That's a good question.
How the fuck is it only chicken? What about turkeys? What about wolves? What about fucking squirrels? I don't get it.
The problem would be there's so many chickens in a concentrated area, which is not natural.
But diseases mutate.
But you would think, well, right, but you'd think that birds flying by would still catch it.
Correct. I mean, you know how much DNA that's flopping out of them fucking pens and all of that fucking dust and dirt coming out of a chicken coop?
Right.
Your dog doesn't catch it. Your horse don't catch it. Only you can catch it, and the chicken can catch it. Makes no sense, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. We live in a really fucking time. We've got the most information available, and the fucking biggest idiots trying to deal it to us.
Yep. I mean, that's the bullshit about us. These people do not give a fuck about us. They will fuck us to make themselves look better. And of course, they're going to do that right before Trump goes back into office. So,
Translucent just solved the problem. Do you see the screen?
robins don't eat chickens.
Yeah, I love her already with that reasoning.
I bet owls do.
Well, no, they don't need to eat chickens. Look,
Well, I know
just so
that,
you-
but like chickens
Well-
don't eat chickens either. So how do they keep passing on from chicken to chicken?
you know how a lot of it's passed on, and this to me was one of the worst things they did to us during that epidemic. Was they told you to stay 6 feet away, and it's that transfer DNA that you and I trade that gives herd immunity or herd
Right.
infection or
No,
herd.
that's
It works both. It works both
That
ways.
was the stupidest shit on planet Earth. Everything they did during COVID was dumb. Everything.
And robins don't eat chickens. Blue jays don't eat chickens. Squirrels don't eat chickens. I'm on board with all of that, but it's dead skin cells that make up almost 80% of the dust in your home. That every creature on Earth sheds DNA by billions of particles a day, and it's through those particles that stuff is transmitted. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I it's always perplexed me when it came to the chicken flu, or the bird flu. It only attacks one bird and people. And that's very specific. It would seem to me that you should be able to vaccinate against something that only infects 2 creatures.
They
right.
probably engineered that in a lab too and let it out.
Beautiful. We're going to get them. Maybe they were trying to get rid of blacks. These racists, right?
Because they like their chicken.
Yeah, I can see some racist fucking person in the lab doing that. These stupid bastards. Oh my God. It's like abortion clinics. Yeah, we're for fucking healthcare choices. Put the clinics in the inner cities.
Right?
Margaret Stanger hated black people. Hated them. She's the one that created the abortions. I don't know if you know that. She
Yep.
was a lead KKK woman. Hated blacks.
That's why 80% of Planned Parenthoods are in
Yeah, black neighborhoods, black areas.
black neighborhoods,
gangs.
right?
Yeah, that's fucking insane. And so I don't know. I guess so. Why didn't they just have a program to fucking have black people raise chickens? That would have been effective if they wanted to target the population more effectively rather than just blanketing all chickens. And I mean, it's fucked up. Anyway,
Yep.
it's awesome. I appreciate you coming up here finally.
Hopefully, I'll be able to soon.
Yeah,
We shall see.
Anytime. I mean, like I said, I think a lot of people will come up. They think, well, I did yell at that. Well, who was it earlier? Gray?
When I say I can't, I mean I can't. It's not that I don't want to.
Say I can't. I mean what I say. I'm Twizzlestick. What is the basis of that name there, Twizzlestick? Are you a drinker?
No, I just thought of it one day because it was more for like gaming. And then when the Koberger case came out, I started going on YouTube and shit, but like it wasn't my intention. So
Oh, okay. Everybody's got a meaning behind their name. Mine is Dragnet.
I just
Yeah.
thought it was hilarious.
It's 4-H had losses and special rules after. No, I know. I'm sure others can, but it does seem kind of strange that you don't see them burning 100 million of the other birds. I mean, and the bottom line is, if it spreads from all birds to then can attack people, that's very unusual. That something that goes after a bird, a virus in a bird, goes for people. I don't know. I mean,
Plus, well, here's the thing.
it's just weird.
You can cook food and get rid of viruses, right? That's why they tell you to get it up to a certain temperature.
165 degrees for chicken. For those of you
So-
that don't know.
Why the fuck didn't they just put all that food in stores?
Same thing with salmonella too on chickens and on eggs and stuff. You wash your hands properly, and yeah, Planned Parenthood. You're right. Margaret Sanger that's what they called it, Planned Parenthood. But their plan was to kill all the blacks. Just so you know, that was the part of the plan they didn't disclose to us.
Right.
Sick fucking bastards.
Yep.
Yeah, if they wanna
Everything that the people in power do for our convenience is really to hurt us in the end. It's for their benefit, not ours. They don't give a fuck about us.
Right. A lot of Americans don't know a vast majority of our pork. Those farms have been corporately taken over by China. I'm surprised Trump hasn't talked about that yet. But our pig farms, they were dumping pork into America at a price Americans couldn't even slaughter their pigs and fucking sell it. And so they would come into an area, say North Carolina, and they'd start dumping their fucking pork on the fucking pork market. And then they would buy that. Then they would buy the pork farm in the Carolinas because the pork farmer couldn't keep up with the pricing. We've got so many industries in our countries that have been actually captured that way through multinational corporations. That's our biggest enemy. Is that needs to stop. If you don't have a corporate headquarters in America, I don't care if you sell your shit in China, but ain't no way you should be working with your corporate headquarters in China, being called an American fucking company, and giving.
I know
China
a few
access to
years
all your
ago,
technology.
they passed some law. I don't know if it was federally or state by state, but like they didn't have to put the country of origin in the meat. And I know like Brazil, they could get a lot cheaper beef from Brazil than in America, you know? But that's what they've done. They've raised the cost of living so high here that they can produce things in other countries so much cheaper that we can't even compete.
Right. Well, I always brought up the iPhone. It cost them $10 to put that phone together.
Right.
Right. And at best, their total investment might be 100. It ain't nowhere near 100, but let's give them some idea that it is. Why are you selling it to me for 1,300, 1,500? I don't understand why the 1,300, 1,500 is being given to me when all your costs are third world. You're not building it in a first world country with labor laws, with fucking health insurance, you're building it in a fucking shithole in a third world country.
Well, they charge what people are willing to pay.
Correct.
And I remember when they first raised the iPhone price, people kind of freaked out, but they still paid it, and they've just doubled it since then.
And when I was young, and that was a little while ago, my parents and family and friends, we weren't buying China. We didn't, you would buy Chinese a plastic cup or something. It was cheap. And there was a huge difference in the price. And that's vanished now. And that's why China has so much money. Is that it's just sad. We've been fucking played by these people that are supposed to be doing the right thing for the public. And they need to shut the fuck up about whether someone's got a dick or a vagina. That should be none of the government's business. Right? It's just insane. You guys are supposed to be administrators of our security and of our tax dollars. And that should be the end of it. I'm so sick and tired of these people getting in on social issues and allowing companies to do what they're doing around the globe. It's we shouldn't even do business with if a company doesn't have like Trump did with the trade deal with Mexico and Canada. It was more than just you had to make 75% of the product on your territory before you could sell it to us as Mexican or Chinese. It's that your people also have to have a standard of living commensurate with the product that you're selling to America. So you can't be paying a Mexican $2 a fucking hour. You got to give him. So if Ford puts a plant down there, yeah, their cost of living is less than ours. They're not going to get $38 an hour, but to them, $15 an hour is the equivalent of our 38. And he made sure that was part of the treaty that, your people have to be treated in a like manner, in a competitive manner. Otherwise, we're not going to trade with you. And we should do that worldwide to help lift these people's economies up to compete with us, rather than taking advantage of low wages and keeping their people impoverished, and then bringing the product over here and selling it to me for fucking thousands of dollars. I mean, I don't even know, man. It's insane. And I hope he makes Greenland a fucking state, and he makes Canada a state. That they fucking need. They cost us too much money. So, all right, Twist. I'm going to get my ass to bed up here. It's 1:50 in the morning. What is that noise?
This is when it starts to get loud.
Sounds like they're closing the cell doors. Is it time for bed, Twist?
Pretty soon.
You better get in your cell before they call you absconding and they send the Idaho police after your ass.
Oh, no. Don't do that.
I'm going to call Officer Payne. Send him down your way.
God damn it.
Did you see how he reacted in the courtroom with some of the questions that were asked?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's funny. They're all going to be fucked soon. Hopefully next Thursday.
Hopefully. All right. Well, until then, we'll see you again, buddy.
See you guys later.
See you. Yeah, Mr. Twizzlestick. Well, that was a lot of effort I put in, but he did at the end bring a lot of unneeded noise complaints. I agree with you, SMD. 100%. But, it is what it is. And let's see here. Translucent wins the picture for the wins the contest for the hottest picture of the evening. Damn! And that's about all I can say. I have all the Twiz maps on my community page. If you guys want to see them, you can put a link to them Twizzle Stick. You put a link to them from start to finish. Thanks, Tamara. Translucent, you're welcome. And you all be good. This is a long ass fucking stream. 4 hours and 49 minutes. I could probably do a 24-hour marathon on here. I wonder how people would react to that. In the meantime, all I can say is be good. Stay out of trouble. But if you do participate in troublesome things, just don't get caught. If you do get caught, don't call me for bail. And that's all I got to say for the evening. Everyone be good. We'll talk to you again. Holy shints. There you go. So there's Twizzle. Don't forget to click on Twizzle's link there. We'll talk with you folks. Thanks, Tamara.